Chapter 889. With Su Yu around, no matter how many Mu words experts the Heavenly Knife region sent, they wouldn't be able to make a comeback. The so-called agreement was as good as nothing, and the Heavenly Knife region wouldn't get any benefits. Oh, 10 years ago, didn't your master Qin Lin have the same status as Su Yuxian now? Why didn't you talk about fairness? The deputy general manager sneered. They had turned a blind eye to the Heavenly Knife region's advantage. Now, it was their turn to be at a disadvantage, and they said it was unfair. Stars Plucker Old Freak acted as if he did not hear that. He muttered to himself, therefore, for the sake of fairness, I have decided, he must die. Stars Plucker Old Monster's aged eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. The white shadow moved and suddenly attacked Su Yu. The deputy general manager and Monk Ju had expected that the situation was anything but reassuring, and they reacted quickly. The situation has changed. Members of the blessed and heavenly lands, listen up. Protect Su Yuxian. Kill anyone who dares to approach him. Su Yuxian's importance was incomparable. How could he put his life in danger? The two of them joined hands to obstruct Star's Plucking Old Freak. Star Plucking Hand. Star's Plucking Old Monster's eyes were as cold as lightning, and he kept reaching out with his aged palms. The deputy general manager and Monk Ju were hit, and they were immediately sent flying. The difference in their abilities was too great. Even if two 7th grade Almighty joined forces, they would not be a match for an 8th grade Almighty. You are too much of a hindrance. You must die. Star's Plucker Old Monster realized that unless Su Yu died, the Heavenly Knife region wouldn't be able to lay a finger on Tianya City. Sure, just as he was about to attack, a figure dressed in a palace dress flashed past like a phantom, and a cyan sword drew a beautiful sword chi. Star's Jai Old Monster's eyes focused. Lu Chuyi. As the blessed and heavenly land's #1 female genius, Lu Chuyi, the Star's Plucking Old Monster had heard about her battle prowess. It was said that she had once fought against an 8th grade Almighty and was only slightly at a disadvantage. Lu Chuyi looked at Su Yu deeply, then calmly said, "You can't kill him." Whoosh! The deputy general manager and Monk Ju, who had been sent flying, rushed over and stood next to Lu Chuyi. Among the 3 7th grade Almighty, Lu Chuyi's fighting prowess was extremely powerful. Hence, they should be able to hold Star's Plucker Old Monster back. Star's Plucker Old Monster's expression became gloomy, and he shouted in a low voice, "Hu Wangue, why are you still in a daze? If you don't want to present your head to the domain master, then just take Su Yuxian's head." Not good. Hu Wangue's cultivation was at the level 5 Almighty realm, and an ordinary Almighty wouldn't be able to protect Su Yuxian. Hu Wangue was hiding among the chaos, and when Star's Plucker Old Monster moved, he aimed at Su Yu. "Humph, Su Yuxian, you've ruined my plans again and again. This time, I'll take your life." Hu Wangue strode forward, and his powerful aura of a level 5 Divine Master forced back the early-stage Divine Master who was protecting Su Yu. It seemed like Su Yu was being protected by a large number of the 18 blessed and heavenly lands experts, but in fact, he had no protection at all. He couldn't just sit and wait for death. With his current abilities, even if he exposed his identity as Su Yu, he still wouldn't be a match for a 5th grade Almighty. The disparity between them was too great. Even if he couldn't face it head-on, Su Yu could still dodge it. Hula, all of a sudden, a scarlet flame with an extremely high temperature surged out of Su Yu's back. Shock appeared on the faces of the early-stage Divine Masters in the vicinity, and they all moved away from it in fear. Those red flames had the power to destroy them. The flames continued to surge and finally formed a pair of red wings that were 10 feet in size. "You want to leave?" Hu Wangue sneered coldly. No matter how strong his secret technique was, it would still be difficult for him to compete with a level 5 Almighty in terms of speed. Swoosh! Su Yu tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and as the flames flickered, he soared into the sky. In an instant, he traversed hundreds of thousands of miles of clouds and disappeared from his former place. He then stopped in the sky above the desolate evil jungle. Hu Wangue's body appeared in the place where he had just been standing. What secret technique is this? Hu Wangue was startled, and he looked at the distant sky. Su Yu's speed wasn't any lower than a level 5 Divine Master's. He had unexpectedly managed to escape from him. Huangui's killing intent became more intense, and he knew that this person mustn't be allowed to live. Let me see where you can escape to. Huangui strode forward, and in the next moment, he was only 10 miles away from Su Yu. As for Su Yu, he flapped his scarlet wings and flew around in the sky. He didn't leave the desolate evil jungle's vicinity, and he just waited there. The 18 blessed and heavenly lands reinforcements and experts would shortly arrive. If he flew far away, then even if the reinforcements arrived, they wouldn't be able to help him in time. Su Yu continued flying around in the sky while Huangui chased after him, but he still couldn't catch up to Su Yu. Both of them were in a deadlock like this, and time elapsed little by little. Stars Plucker Old Monster's expression became more anxious. What are you waiting for? Their experts will be here soon. His rebuke made Huangui clench his teeth, and he opened his mouth to take out a purple bead. When Lu Chuyi saw it, her pupils contracted. A divine gift bead. Su Yu, be careful. Come down quickly. When Su Yu heard Lu Chuyi's shout, his heart shuddered, and he flew down to the ground without giving this matter any thought. The aura emitted by the bead seemed familiar to him, and it seemed like Jiyu Taishu had once used it. It was Jiyu Taishu's ancient bloodline, and all living beings' spiritual energy would be sealed in the area engulfed by its radiance. If Su Yu flew in the sky and lost his vital energy, he wouldn't be able to use the fire essence wings. Then, even if he wasn't killed by Huangui, he would still be smashed into meat paste. What a talkative woman! Huangui snorted coldly and quickly crushed the purple bead. Crack! As a soft sound echoed, the bead shattered, and a boundless purple radiance shot out of it. When Su Yu was swept by the purple radiance, the vital energy flowing in his body instantly froze, as if it had been frozen. As the fire essence wings lost their spiritual energy support, they gradually shrunk. Su Yu cursed inwardly. There was still a long distance between him and the ground, and if he fell down, he wouldn't have any chance of survival. Moreover, his whole body's vital energy was sealed, and he couldn't even open his spatial ring to take out any magical treasures to help him. Su Yu's heart shuddered, and he became anxious inwardly. All of a sudden, he saw the desolate evil jungle in the distance. The desolate evil jungle's trees were extremely tall, and there were even giant trees that were thousands of feet tall. If he could get close to it, he might be able to use the tree's elasticity to cushion his fall. However, Su Yu still had a lingering fear of the desolate evil jungle's dangers. Even all creations wouldn't be able to survive if they entered it, let alone him. But, did he have any other choice at this moment? Rather than falling to his death, he would rather fall into the desolate evil jungle. Su Yu made up his mind, and before the wings disappeared completely, he changed his direction and glided toward the desolate evil jungle. Huangui immediately realized Su Yu's intentions, and he sneered coldly. Do you still want to survive even now? He had spent several million crystals to buy that gift divine pearl from the black market. It was rumored that it had been made by Jiyu Taishu himself, and it could give his enemies an unexpected attack at a critical moment. If Su Yu managed to escape after making such a huge sacrifice, wouldn't it be a joke? Sky-suppressing ice. Huangui took out a long whip from his sleeves, and as he shook it, a layer of white chilly air gushed out of it. It was extremely cold. As the long whip swept across the place, the chilly air froze the sky's spiritual energy. While Su Yu was gliding, he suddenly felt a powerful chilly air assaulting him, and the fire essence wings on his back were destroyed by it. In just 3 breaths' time, the fire essence wings had shrunk to the size of a palm. Now that he had lost his gliding ability, Su Yu fell down like a heavy boulder. The edge of the desolate evil jungle was still several thousand feet away from him. Su Yu's heart sank. Hihi, I'll let you die here. Swoosh. A strong wind blew over, and Huangui chased after Su Yu while wearing a cruel smile. He waved the long whip in his hand, and the tip of the whip flew toward Su Yu. Just the chilly air emanating from the whip was enough to take Su Yu's life, let alone the Divine Master's great power contained within it. When the Deputy General Manager, Monk Ju, and Lu Chuyi saw this scene from afar, they became quite anxious. Stars-plucking old monster took advantage of this moment and used his stars-plucking hand to stop them. Suyu must die. At this critical juncture, a purple-red light appeared in Suyu's left eye. A formless purple dragon flew out of Suyu's left eye and coiled around Huanggue. Huangue's body couldn't budge, but he could still think. Shock welled up in his heart. My body has been frozen. This is time power. The long whip had also been frozen. Suyu didn't want to expose his time power unless he was in a critical situation. However, it was fortunate that they were quite far away from him, and the people below could only vaguely see that Huangue's body had been frozen for 3 breaths' time. Swoosh! Suyu flicked his sleeves, and a thread, which couldn't be seen by the naked eye, flew out and coiled around the long whip. Huangue's downward momentum slowed down. At the same time, Suyu used this fulcrum to swing his body in the air and throw it toward the desolate evil jungle. Then, he took Huangue's frozen body with him and slid down the desolate evil jungle. In 1 breath's time, Suyu had flown 300 meters. In 2 breaths' time, he had flown 600 meters. In 3 breaths' time, he had flown 900 meters. After Huangue's body was frozen for 3 breaths' time, he finally regained control of it. He was both frightened and frightened. Time power, lad, you. Suyu turned his head around and said, let's go into the desolate evil jungle together. Since Huangue had been forced into such a desperate situation, Suyu would obviously take him along with him. Huangue didn't wait for Suyu to loosen his grip on the long whip, and he was brought into the desolate evil jungle's sky by Suyu. Huangue was scared out of his wits, and he immediately loosened his grip on the long whip. Then, he thrust his palms at the air and soared into the sky. He wanted to flee in a hurry and leave the desolate evil jungle. Swoosh! However, it was at this moment that 2 withered yellow branches streaked across the sky, leaving a black afterimage behind them. They quickly bound Suyu and Huangue and dragged them into the jungle. Ah! No! Huangue screamed miserably, while he waved his 5 fingers at the withered yellow branches. Clang! When he waved at the withered yellow branches with the power of a level 5 almighty, it was like he was waving at a hard metal, and a clanging sound echoed out. While Huangue was still unwilling to accept this, he was forcefully dragged into the forest below. Suyu couldn't escape his misfortune either. However, the worst-case scenario was that he would fall into the jungle and suffer heavy injuries. The branches that bound him would prevent him from crashing into the ground, which was much better than the worst-case scenario. However, the dangerous part was that the branches were extremely dangerous. If Suyu remembered correctly, the Deputy General Manager had once said that the desolate evil jungle would extend a large number of branches at this time every year, and they would devour all spiritual beings along the way and steal their spiritual power. Chapter 890. Bang! He was dragged into the desolate evil jungle. His surroundings were dark yellow, and he could not see more than 100 meters away. Swoosh! At the same time, more vines, like hungry pythons, pounced from all directions and tried to entangle Suyu. The vines that were entangling Suyu were tightly wrapped around him and started to absorb the spiritual energy in his body. Suyu was shocked. The spiritual energy in his dantian was like a broken dam, and he lost 10% of it in an instant. Without any hesitation, Suyu pinched the silk with his thumb and index finger, quickly entangling the vines that were entangling him. Roar! A mournful roar came from the depths of the jungle. The vines, which even the 5th grade Almighty could not deal with, were cut off. Suyu was freed, so he immediately rolled on the ground to avoid more vines. Relying on his physical strength, he dashed in a certain direction. Swoosh! 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 The sound of the wind was incessant. Many vines were coming at him from all directions, but Suyu dodged them easily and nimbly. The direction in which he was fleeing was outside the desolate evil jungle. However, after a cup of tea's time, Suyu accidentally caught a glimpse of a broken vine lying quietly on the ground. Suyu's brows sank as he returned to his original spot. This shouldn't be the case. His sense of direction shouldn't be wrong, so why did he take a detour? Was it the yellow mist? Suyu furrowed his brows slightly. After checking his body, he found that the purple light had weakened a lot, and the vital energy in his body had recovered a little. Suyu slapped the air with one hand and soared into the sky, trying to leave the desolate evil jungle from above. However, even though he was flying straight up, the sky above the yellow mist, which was only a few thousand feet high, seemed endless, and he could not see the end of it. At the same time, the vines behind him attacked him rapidly. Suyu had no choice but to continue fleeing. Along the way, more vines joined in the chase. When he looked back, he saw that the densely packed tentacles had condensed into a wall, which was flying toward Suyu. Suyu's scalp went numb. With so many vines, even a slight touch would cause his vital energy to be sucked dry, and he would die. This place seems to have formed its own space. Once you enter it, you won't be able to leave without a map. You'll only be chased by the vines until your vital energy and physical strength are exhausted, and your spiritual energy will be devoured by them in the end. Suyu's heart sank, and he finally understood why an all-creation strong man couldn't escape after entering it. While he was fleeing in the forest, Huangue also used an unknown secret technique to escape from the vines, and they both fled for their lives in the desolate evil jungle. The commotion caused the silent desolate evil jungle to be filled with angry roars. On the other side of the desolate evil jungle, two beautiful figures, one big and one small, were holding a compass with a broken leg. They were slowly advancing according to the compass. The strange thing was that not only did they not get lost in the desolate evil jungle, but they also did not encounter any vines chasing them. Suddenly, a series of indistinct roars could be heard from afar. "Auntie, what happened? Didn't the sacrifices already feed these evil trees? How did they wake up?" Gongsun Wuxie's expression changed. Fairy Ling's pretty face froze. "It should be the sacrificial beast that broke free and is being chased by the branches. Damn it, it seems like it's coming for us. Let's go." The two of them had entered the desolate evil jungle when the sacrificial ritual was about to end, while everyone was concentrating on it. So, they obviously did not know that Suyu was being chased and dragged into the jungle. Damn demonic beast. Why don't you just obediently become the sacrificial offering? We paid a huge price to get the compass that Yamu Daoren used to freely enter and exit the desolate evil jungle. The little demoness gritted her teeth as she spoke. She felt that she had been really unlucky recently. Ever since she had been molested by Su Yuxian, nothing good had happened to her. Don't talk anymore. Let's change our path and come back to this one later. The two beautiful figures flickered and disappeared. After a long while, Suyu flew past them. We can't keep running like this. Suyu furrowed his brows. All of a sudden, Suyu's heart moved, and a crystal bottle appeared in his space ring. The bottle was filled with 200 grains of golden sand. These grains of sand were like living creatures, and they were jumping around in the bottle. When they were at the sacrificial altar, the golden sand had already started moving. Now that they were in the jungle, the movement was even greater, and it almost caused the crystal bottle to explode. I can only rely on the golden sand left behind by Yamu Daoren. Suyu's heart moved, and he took out a handful of the golden sand and scattered it in the air. All of a sudden, the golden sand rushed toward the depths of the desolate evil jungle like a meteor. Deeper. Suyu hesitated for a moment, then chose to follow it. Since he couldn't get out of the jungle no matter what, he might as well enter the depths of the jungle to take a look. Before long, Suyu discovered that wherever the golden sand passed, not a single branch or vine appeared. It was as if the golden sand knew a safe path. Apart from the branches and vines that were gradually dwindling behind him, he didn't encounter any new branches and vines along the way. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief, then took a few steps forward to follow the golden sand. After a whole day, Suyu didn't know where the golden sand had taken him. He only knew that the fog here was even thicker, and he couldn't see more than 2 or 3 meters ahead. Moreover, the golden sand was getting faster and faster, and he couldn't slow down. Otherwise, the golden sand would disappear into the fog, and he would be completely lost. Bang! Suyu was chasing after the golden sand at lightning speed. All of a sudden, a black shadow flashed before his eyes, and a human figure appeared. He was in a state of high speed, so he didn't have time to dodge, so he crashed into the other party. Suyu's physical body was already strong, and coupled with the high speed, the crash was more devastating than a few mountains crashing into him. The human figure was sent flying by Su Yu. After letting out a horrible shriek, he crashed into a big tree with a bang. Su Yu also pounced on him due to inertia, crashing into him for a second time. Puff. Although he couldn't see it, Su Yu heard the sound of blood being spat out. Su Yu knew that this was bad. Don't kill him by crashing into him. It wasn't easy to meet someone of the same race in the desolate evil jungle, but he ended up crashing into him as soon as they met. Su Yu stepped on the tree trunk, kicked off the ground, and jumped up. At the same time, he grabbed the arm of the person who had been hit. Her arm was slender and soft, like a woman's. Su Yu put her down on the ground, but didn't approach her immediately. Instead, he put on the eternal Stone King armor. How could the humans he met in such a vile and dangerous place like the desolate evil jungle be kind? After putting up the defense, Su Yu looked up at the other party. Su Yu almost cried out in surprise. Cough, cough. What are you? What are you? How dare you bump into me, my waist? A childish and crisp angry voice came out from the other party's blood-covered mouth. She raised her eyes and stared at Su Yu, who was very close to her. Gongsun Wuxie almost bit her tongue. Su Yuxian. Why is it you? Wasn't Su Yuxian participating in the sacrificial ceremony in the outside world? Why did he come to the desolate evil jungle, a forbidden place for humans? Well, that wasn't important. What was important was why did he come all the way here to crash into her? She already had a grudge against Su Yu, and now that she was almost killed by him, her little volcano erupted. What kind of grudge do you have against me? Why are you always targeting me? First, he had trampled on the virtual shadow she had left on the 50th floor and robbed her of her privileges. Then, he had molested her in public, and now, he had come all the way here to kill her. Her anger completely exploded. I will kill you, bastard. Gongsun Wuxie was furious. She hadn't died at the hands of the desolate evil jungle, but had almost died at the hands of Su Yuxian, and she had been killed by him. Gongsun Wuxie raised her small palm and slapped it towards Su Yu's basin. However, the collision just now had injured her, and her sudden attack had aggravated her injuries. Gongsun Wuxie groaned in pain, and her palm fell limply to the ground. Su Yu's heart was racing, and he couldn't explain himself. He had no choice but to take out the healing elixir he had brought from the Tonglin elixir store and stuff one into her mouth. At the same time, he covered her mouth and looked around vigilantly. He said, I'll explain to you later. Now, please keep quiet. There are many demonic trees here, and they can be easily attracted by sounds. No, your stinky elixir. Gongsun Wuxie mumbled. Gongsun Wuxie said vaguely. The elixir in her mouth gradually turned into medicinal power and flowed into her body, nourishing her internal organs and injuries. Gongsun Wuxie was ashamed and angry at the same time. She glared at Su Yu with her big eyes, and if she hadn't been seriously injured, she would have already pounced on him. Suddenly, Su Yu's vest lit up, and he was alarmed. Without thinking, he grabbed Gongsun Wuxie and rolled on the ground. Poof! The place where he had squatted was hit by a powerful vital energy, leaving a deep pit the size of a palm. If Su Yu hadn't dodged in time, he would have been beaten half to death. He looked back coldly and saw a blurry, graceful figure standing on a branch behind him. She looked a little familiar. Swish! The beautiful figure attacked, and when she was within 3 meters of him, an ice-cold face was revealed. Fairy Ling. It's you. Su Yu was surprised. Why was she here? Fairy Ling stared at Su Yu, her whole body trembling with anger. She asked Gongsun Wuxie to stay where she was, while she lured away a disturbed branch. Unexpectedly, when she returned, she saw a man's figure forcing Gongsun Wuxie to the roots of a tree. From her perspective, Su Yu's posture of covering her mouth was obviously that of a perverted man. Su Yuxian. It's you. Fairy Ling was shocked when she saw Su Yu's face. When she realized what was going on, her pretty face turned cold. You shameless, dirty old pervert. Thief. How dare you run into the desolate evil jungle, chasing after Wuxie and molesting her? I'll kill you. Su Yu felt wronged. It's all a misunderstanding. Fairy, please calm down. Misunderstanding? Is this also a misunderstanding? Fairy Ling berated him. Su Yu lowered his head and saw that he was holding Gongsun Wuxie's waist with one hand, while his other hand was inadvertently pressing on her flat chest. When he looked at Gongsun Wuxie's eyes again, he saw that they were about to burst into tears. She was so angry that she wanted to melt Su Yu. Su Yu's face turned slightly red, and he withdrew his hand resentfully. I was anxious, so I thought I was being attacked. I didn't do it on purpose. He couldn't help but mutter inwardly. How could he know what part he was pressing on? Letting go of Gongsun Wuxie, Su Yu kept a distance of 5 meters from them, ensuring that he could enter the dense fog at any time. From their conversation, Su Yu could tell that they knew each other, which made him suspicious. Gongsun Wuxie was a student of the Red Blood Palace, while Fairy Ling was the owner of the Tianya auction house. Were they close? Su Yu thought about the fire essence jade that Gongsun Wuxie had given him. The ghost Buddha had said that it was a token of the Tianya auction house's top management. Could Gongsun Wuxie be a member of the Tianya auction house? Chapter 891. Su Yu stared deeply at the two of them. Given the current situation, he had no choice but to explain himself. He told them frankly, after the sacrificial offering ended, the Heavenly Knife region suffered heavy losses, and they wanted to get rid of me. Left with no choice, I was chased into the desolate evil jungle. I was in a hurry just now, and I bumped into Wuxie by accident. That's the whole story. Gongsun Wuxie crawled up, her big eyes bulging, her face flushed red, and it was hard to tell whether she was embarrassed or angry. She clenched her silver teeth and clenched her fists tightly. Injured. You're going to die from a crash. I'm irreconcilable with you. She was almost driven mad by Su Yu. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. Su Yu looked at the two of them. Can you tell me how you entered the desolate evil jungle? You don't look like you were forced to enter. Upon hearing that, Fairy Ling believed him a little. Before they left, Su Yu had already pulled the score to more than 2,000 points. It was reasonable for the people of the Heavenly Knife region to shed all pretense of cordiality on the spot. We have our own objectives. I'm just curious as to how you managed to reach the inner area by yourself. Fairy Ling questioned. They had entered and exited this place with the help of Daoist Yamu's compass. Even so, they had encountered a few evil trees along the way. How did Su Yu do it? The inner periphery? Su Yu's eyes flickered slightly. They had a deep understanding of the desolate evil jungle, so they could clearly distinguish the inner periphery. After muttering to himself for a moment, Su Yu took out a bottle of golden sand and said, "These sands were left behind by Yamu Daoren, and I followed their guidance to come here. I'm willing to share them with you, provided that you allow me to share some information with you." Golden sand? Both of them didn't recognize the origin of the object, but they believed most of it. Hence, it was hard for them to believe that Su Yu had come here by accident. Dream on. Why should I share the news with you? Gongsun Wuxie glared at Su Yu angrily. Fairy Ling interrupted her, her beautiful eyes flashing. What do you want to know? Everything, Su Yu said. Fairy Ling stared at the golden sand in Su Yu's bottle, pondered for a moment, then nodded slowly. All right. We flipped through the ancient books and learned that the desolate evil jungle came from the starry sky and has the ability to decompose everything. Fairy Ling said, the reason why the winner of the sacrifice will receive pure energy is because the desolate evil jungle decomposes the spiritual objects it sacrifices into pure energy. Most of it will be used for its own growth, and a small portion will be given to the person who makes the sacrifice. In order to find the source of this disintegration ability, we took the risk to enter. There are only 2 things that we know about this place. First, it is divided into the inner area and the outer area. The outer area is where the evil trees are. I believe you have seen them before. They have branches and vines that can absorb the spiritual energy of spiritual objects. They are dead treants. After they died, their bodies were occupied by filthy and evil creatures. The inner periphery was the Wood Clan's territory, and there were often ancient bronze tree men patrolling the area. They were very powerful, with the lowest cultivation being a 7th grade Almighty, and the highest being a 9th grade Almighty. Once we encounter it, we will definitely die. Secondly, once we pass through the inner area, we'll reach the fountain of life. That's the source of disintegration. Yamu Daoist once obtained the fountain of life, so he was able to break through the shackles and reach the realm of Jojo's king. Upon hearing this, Suyu understood. The fountain of life. It turned out that they had come for it. The realm of Jojo's king was too far away from Suyu's, so he did not desire the fountain of life. However, since they had dared to enter, they must have a way to leave. This was what Suyu valued the most. I understand. Before we leave the desolate evil jungle, I hope we can trust each other. If you die, it will only bring me more harm than good, Suyu said. Fairy Ling said, likewise. If you die, I won't get any benefits. Instead, I'll have an ancient book of the heart's oaths that I can't complete for no reason. It'll be troublesome for my training. As long as you don't do anything that threatens our safety, I won't hurt you. When we came in, we used the compass that Yamu Daoist once used. However, it's been a long time, so it's not very accurate. Along the way, there was a deviation, which put us in danger. If you have a more accurate method, you can show it to us. Fairy Ling put away the compass. Suyu glanced at it and was slightly delighted. In other words, as long as he walked in the opposite direction that the compass pointed out, he would be able to walk out of the desolate evil jungle. Now that he had nothing to worry about, Suyu started thinking about the inner periphery. Since he had come all the way here, he was very curious about where the golden sand would take him. After reaching an agreement, the group of people put aside their previous enmity and hurried on with Suyu's golden sand. Every time Suyu released a grain of golden sand, they would chase after him with all their might. When they couldn't catch up, and the golden sand disappeared into the mist, Suyu would take out another grain. In this way, although there were frequent accidents that caused them to be unable to catch up with the golden sand in time, Suyu had a lot of golden sand, so he didn't get lost. Fairy Ling's eyes lit up. The golden sand is much more useful than the compass, and it's not afraid of the thick mist. You're lucky to have obtained the golden sand left behind by Yamu Daoist. Suyu shrugged his shoulders and was about to reply when his face suddenly froze, and he gradually stopped in his tracks. Fairy Ling also pulled Gongsun Wuxie back, a grave look on her face. The air has changed. It's much fresher, Suyu said. Fairy Ling nodded slightly. Indeed. They noticed the subtle changes in their surroundings, and their hearts gradually became restless. That's because you've trespassed into my clan's holy land. A dull, obscure language suddenly came from 30 feet in front of them. Fairy Ling and Gongsun Wuxie didn't understand it, but Suyu did. It was the Mu language. Oh no, it's the ancient bronze tree men. Suyu's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately recalled what Fairy Ling had said about the ancient bronze tree men patrolling the inner periphery. Rustle. There was a soft sound, like the sound of countless leaves shaking. Then, a cool breeze blew, blowing away the surrounding mist. 1,000 feet tall ancient bronze tree stood in the middle of the road, just 30 feet in front of them. Suyu and the others stood under the tree, looking as weak as ants. The ancient bronze tree was emitting a bronze metallic luster. If not for the green leaves and tree veins, as well as the strong scent of wood, it would be hard to believe that it was a tree. Even stranger, the Mu language reverberated from within the ancient bronze tree. Those who trespass into my clan's holy land will die. The ancient bronze tree exuded a soul-stirring scent, and its powerful spiritual pressure made Suyu's blood boil, and the vital energy in his body went out of control. Suyu said in the Mu language, "Elder, we didn't mean to disturb the holy land, and we were forced to trespass. Please forgive us." Hey, you know the Mu language? The ancient bronze tree was surprised. But you still have to die. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Fairy Ling's face fell, and she grabbed Gongsun Wuxie with one hand and Suyu with the other. Her beautiful figure flickered as she retreated 1,000 feet. Just as they were about to continue retreating, another terrifying scent appeared behind them. Beneath the yellow mist, a towering tree broke through the ground. It was also bronze in color, and it blocked Suyu and the others' path of retreat. Then, terrifying scents appeared from a few other directions, and 7 or 8 towering trees rose from the ground. Suyu and the rest of them were completely surrounded. "Humph, how could we not know that you caused such a commotion in the periphery? We've been waiting for you here for a long time," the first ancient bronze tree said coldly. They had been prepared. Fairy Ling asked in a low voice, "What are they talking about?" Suyu repeated their words, and Fairy Ling's face fell. Among the 9 ancient bronze tree men, the weakest was a 7th grade almighty, and the strongest was the one who had spoken, an 8th grade almighty. She could barely fend off one of them, let alone so many of them. She couldn't even escape. Buzz. At that moment, another ancient bronze tree man appeared from another direction. A human figure was tied to its trunk by vines. It was none other than Hu Wangue, who had been dragged into the desolate evil jungle with them. In the end, he hadn't managed to escape. Not a single bit of spiritual energy could be sensed from his body, and his body was shriveled like a withered tree. He was on the verge of death, and his aura was extremely weak. It was hard to believe that he was the 5th grade almighty Hu Wangue. "My lord, we've found the last one." The ancient bronze tree man left the shriveled Hu Wangue behind. The first ancient bronze tree man said coldly, "Sucked dry by the evil tree? Well, plant a seed in his body to nourish the next generation of tree men." It meant that Hu Wangue's body would be used as the soil to cultivate the tree men's seeds. Moreover, the essence of Hu Wangue's flesh would be sucked dry little by little while he was still alive, and the tree men would slowly die as if they were being tortured in hell. Such a cruel method made Suyu suck in a breath of cold air. However, in the eyes of the tree men, it was a matter of course. It was just like how humans killed living creatures and ate their flesh to replenish their hunger. It was a necessity for survival. "What about them?" the ancient bronze tree man asked. The 8th grade almighty ancient bronze tree man said coldly, "Since they're alive, they're obviously used to nurture the next generation of tree men. Plant a seed in their bodies." "What did they say?" Fairy Ling asked blankly. Suyu repeated their words. Fairy Ling's scalp went numb when she heard it. She was both shocked and furious. She turned her gaze and led Gongsun Wuxie away. Even if they were to die, they wouldn't die in such a cruel way. POW. However, a tree branch whipped Fairy Ling's body like a phantom, causing her to spit blood and fly backward. At the same time, several branches coiled around her and Gongsun Wuxie, restraining them. They couldn't escape even if they wanted to. "Since you're here, don't even think about leaving." The leading ancient bronze tree man snorted coldly. "Capture that human too." One of the ancient bronze tree men waved its branches and charged toward Suyu. Suyu said, "Wait. If you kill me, who will save the tree men?" Upon hearing this, the leader of the tree men sneered. "Save us? A lowly human? Ha ha." A dull voice reverberated in its body. "Mark." Suyu's enunciations were clear, and he spoke a few words in the Wood Clan's language. The leader of the tree men's laughter stopped abruptly. The surrounding tree men swayed as they discussed among themselves in shock. The lost ancient Mu language. Even we tree men don't know much about it. How does a human know about it? The leader of the tree men said coldly. "Human, why do you think I'll let you go just by reciting a few lost ancient Mu language?" Suyu replied calmly, "If not, what's the purpose of setting up the sacrificial altar?" What he had just recited were the golden words of the 4th to 5th round of the sacrificial altar. Although Suyu didn't necessarily recognize all of them, he had memorized them all. "You tree men, if you really want the sacrifice, you can just plunder it yourself. No one in the Jojo continent can stop you, so why bother setting up the sacrificial altar? If I'm not mistaken, the sacrifice is just the surface. What you really want is for a human to decipher the ancient words on the sacrificial altar." Suyu's eyes were filled with a profound light of wisdom. The group of tree men fell silent, as if Suyu had seen through them. "Human, what makes you think that you're saving us tree men? There are thousands of races in the starry sky, and you humans are just low-grade living creatures." The leader of the tree men said in an unkind tone. Suyu laughed. "Then, why did the high-grade tree men fall into the Jojo continent and get trapped here, unable to leave?" The leader of the tree men was speechless. After a long silence, Fairy Ling and Gongsun Wuxie felt that the tree men were acting strangely, and they were extremely surprised. What did Su Yu say to them? Fine, I won't plant any seeds in you for the time being. Come with me to meet Lord Enmu, the leader of the tree men said. Su Yu pointed at Fairy Ling and Gongsun Wuxie. Let them go too. Human, don't push your luck. Trespassing into the Holy Land has always led to death, and there's no exception for all living creatures. You might even survive, so how can you care about them? The leader of the tree men was displeased. Su Yu crossed his arms in front of his chest and stood still. His meaning was obvious. He wouldn't leave until the tree men were released. He was determined to win the tree men. The leader of the tree men said, "Who are they to you? If they aren't important people, there's no need to let them go." They weren't very familiar with Su Yu, and they could only be considered acquaintances. Since they were exploring together, Su Yu had no reason not to save them. They are important people. Su Yu nodded. The leader of the tree men looked at them and said, "I understand now. They are female, and you are male. They are your mating partners, right?" Su Yu was startled. "Wait, what do you understand?" "Let them go," the leader of the tree men said. At the same time, he said to Su Yu, "Tell your mating partners that if they dare to run away, they'll be pulled to plant trees immediately." Fairy Ling and Gongsun Wuxie were released, and they were bewildered. They flew to Su Yu's side, not daring to act recklessly. "Su Yu, what did you say to these tree men? Why did they let us go?" Gongsun Wuxie looked at Su Yu, feeling extremely curious. Although she was still hostile toward Su Yu, she couldn't help but ask. Su Yu smacked his lips and wondered. "Should I tell them that the tree men consider them my wives?" "Oh, no, my mating partners." When this thought appeared in his mind, Su Yu shuddered. He didn't want to do that, as neither of them had a good temper. So, it wouldn't be a big deal to hide it from them. "I just promised to make a deal with them. I told them that you were my friends, and they would let you go for now," Su Yu said calmly. "From now on, don't act recklessly unless you're in danger." Gongsun Wuxie looked at Su Yu suspiciously. "Really? Why do I feel like you're lying?" Su Yu felt guilty, so he pretended that he didn't hear her. Fairy Ling nodded earnestly. "Fine, if you can really turn the situation around, the Tianya auction house will owe you a favor. Human, bring your mating partners, and follow me to meet Lord Enmu," the leader of the tree men said. Su Yu curled his lips. "Can you change the way you address them? Mating partners are only for animals, and they aren't suitable for humans." "Sure, call them estrus partners," the leader of the tree men said. Chapter 892. The tree men couldn't walk upright, but they could burrow into the earth. There was a wide and deep passage underground. It was pitch black, and the tree men used their roots to glide along the stone walls of the passage like octopuses. Their seemingly clumsy, huge bodies were moving very quickly in the passage. "This doesn't look like it was dug by you tree men, does it?" Su Yu's eyes shone brightly as he glanced at the interior of the stone wall, which was full of marks left by many weapons. "It was the help of your human race's almighty experts," the chief tree man said without turning his head. Su Yu pondered. "Enslaved humans?" The chief tree man snorted. "Lowly creatures like humans are not worth enslaving. It was your human race's almighty experts who volunteered." "Volunteered?" Su Yu was confused. Didn't they say that creatures who entered the desolate evil jungle couldn't leave? How could there be a human almighty expert helping them? A name appeared in Su Yu's mind. It was Yaomu Daoren, Su Yu murmured. It was rumored that he was the only one who could freely enter and exit the desolate evil jungle. There were no exceptions. The chief tree man nodded. "Yes, he was bestowed by our tree god, and he volunteered to help us by opening up a passage for us tree men." "Tree god? Who?" The chief tree man paused for a moment, then said proudly, "Human, if you can really help us tree men, the tree god won't mistreat you. Perform well in front of Enmu." After traveling for hundreds of miles, a faint light suddenly appeared in the pitch-black underground passage. It was as bright and dazzling as a blazing sun. They had reached the exit. Su Yu closed his eyes and felt a ray of warm sunlight falling on his cheek. He slowly opened his eyes, and a sense of amazement appeared in his eyes. The misty world was gone forever. The sky was blue, and the waves were boundless. Tens of thousands of ancient bronze tree men of various sizes were growing upright. The grass was long and the orioles were flying. Spring flowers were gorgeous, and all kinds of creatures were running about. Birds were chirping, and the fragrance of flowers was everywhere. It was a peaceful scene. "Is this a paradise?" Su Yu murmured. No one would have thought that the interior of the desolate evil jungle, which was known for its evil and dangerous dangers, was a beautiful world as bright as a pearl. "We've arrived at the Holy Land. Follow me." The chief tree man's body shone with a bronze light, and his tall body gradually shrank, gradually assuming a human form. His body was stout, and his whole body was painted with wood veins. His facial features looked like they had been carved by a knife, reflecting the light of wood. Although their form and appearance were similar to humans, there was a huge difference. An adult ancient bronze treant can transform into the form of a deity, but it can only last for 2 hours. "There is no need to transform unless necessary," the ancient bronze treant said. "The form of a god?" Su Yu was astonished. "Isn't this the human form?" As if he had seen through Su Yu's thoughts, the leader of the tree men snorted and said, "This is not the form of a human, but the mentality of a deity. All living beings will eventually evolve into the form of gods. You humans are just born with the form of gods. Don't think that we, the noble treants, will change into your appearance. The form of God, the ultimate form of all things." Su Yu felt that there were too many unknowns in the world. The starry sky, the 10,000 races, and the divine beings were all unknown mysteries. It was Su Yu's first time seeing the tree man before him. The treant leader led them through the endless forest. Along the way, there were countless ancient bronze treants, at least tens of thousands. According to their cultivation, the lowest was a 7th grade Almighty, and the highest was a 9th grade Almighty. Once they rushed out of the desolate evil jungle, they would be able to destroy the blessed and heavenly lands 10 times over. No matter how great the central prefecture was, it would still be difficult to defend against the Trent's invasion. Of course, the tree men's weakness was their bodies. They could only run around in the form of gods for 2 hours on the ground, so they were easily restrained by the human race. Fairy Ling's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. With so many tree men, occupying a corner of the Jojo continent and standing side by side with Jojo is a piece of cake. Hiss, there are so many tree men. It would be fun if they could be tamed. Gongsun Wuxie's eyes rolled. Haha, your courage is commendable. A clear and bright laugh was heard. Moreover, it was spoken in the human language. At the end of the forest, there was a clear lake. It was like a mirror, embedded in a dark green grassland. An old man in a green robe was sitting by the lake. His back was facing them, and he was fishing with a fishing rod in his hand. Gongsun Wuxie pouted. "Old man, you're trying to mystify us. I'm not afraid of you." Su Yu and Fairy Ling's eyes flickered as they stared at the old man's back. "A human? Ha ha." The old man put down the fishing rod and turned back with a smile. When they turned back, they realized that the old man's skin was silvery white, and there were wood patterns circling on his face. He was from the Wood Clan. "Do you know the human language?" Su Yu asked. The silver-faced old man wore a smile. "There was once a human who taught me a little, so I know a thing or two." "Lord Enmu, they are here," the ancient bronze tree men's leader said. "All right, you may go. 2 other humans have also barged in. They seem to have found the way to the Fountain of Life. Capture them." The silver-faced old man was Lord Enmu, whom the ancient bronze tree men's leader had mentioned. He knew everything in the desolate evil jungle like the back of his hand. Enmu looked at Su Yu and the other 2. His gaze swept past Fairy Ling, and he paused for a moment on Gongsun Wuxie. He then chuckled and said, "The grass of immortality. You're just a tiny human, but you're really lucky to have mistakenly consumed such a sacred herb of the spiritual grass clan. You've come here to use the Fountain of Life to cleanse its medicinal effects, haven't you?" Fairy Ling stood in front of Gongsun Wuxie without batting an eyelid. She was shocked that Enmu could see through the details of Gongsun Wuxie's body. Even an all-creation old monster couldn't do it. You've come to the wrong place. The Fountain of Life can decompose all living things, except for the Wood Clan. The spiritual Grass Clan and the Treemen Clan belong to the Wood Clan, so it's difficult to decompose, Enmu explained patiently. It's useless. Fairy Ling and Gongsun Wuxie didn't believe him, and they weren't willing to accept it. If the Fountain of Life was useful, we wouldn't have allowed our clan's corpses to be invaded by the evil spirits in the periphery. We still can't expel them, and we still have to ask you humans for help. Enmu sighed, and his eyes shone as he looked at Su Yu. After Yaomu Daoren, you're the only living being who's proficient in the ancient Wood Clan's language. We've been waiting for you for a long time. It was just as Su Yu had expected. The tree men really needed help. Please tell me the whole story first, Su Yu said. Enmu nodded, and with a light wave of his palm, innumerable tree roots shot out from the ground, entangling Fairy Ling and Gongsun Wuxie, and pulling them underground. Don't be anxious, young human. I don't want anyone else to hear what I'm about to say, Enmu said. They've just been brought to a safe place, and they'll meet you again in a while. They'll also give you some small gifts. Su Yu loosened his fingers that were pinching the silk thread. Enmu was unfathomable, and his intuition told him that he wasn't any weaker than any of the 5 golden light guards. This is what happened. 10,000 years ago, the tree god was plotted against by an old friend, and it escaped from the starry sky. It accidentally fell on the Jojo continent, and it was severely injured, becoming weaker day by day. Hence, it's trapped here, unable to move, Enmu said. Su Yu heard the tree god's name again, and he asked, "Who's the tree god?" "Our god," Enmu replied, his face full of reverence. "We, the ancient bronze tree men, rely on the tree god to survive. In the past, the ancient bronze tree men clan was flourishing, and in our heyday, we had 1,000,000 ancient bronze tree men. However, ever since we fell on Jojo, the tree god fell into a deep sleep, and without his protection, it was as if we had lost our souls. A large number of tree men withered, and died gradually. Moreover, without the tree god's purification, they were corroded by the evil spirits, and they became evil man-eating evil trees. In the last few thousand years, the situation has become even more serious. Without the tree god's nourishment, the number of newly born tree men has become fewer and fewer. Now, only 1 or 2 tree men's seeds can be successfully nurtured every year. If this goes on, even I will die in less than a few hundred years." Su Yu then said, "So, you didn't just sit and wait for death?" Enmu nodded. "Yes, we tried to find a way back then. The tree god's injuries were caused by the evil seal's power. This seal was set up using the ancient Mu words, and it attached itself to the tree men's bodies, absorbing the tree god's divine energy. This is why the tree god withered and withered day by day. In that case, the so-called old friend who had plotted against the tree god was also a Mu, and he was proficient in the ancient Mu words that the ancient bronze tree men were unfamiliar with. The seal wasn't to be feared, as the tree god relied on its purification power to break the seal easily. The problem was that many of the ancient Mu words used to set up the seal were related to the lost ancient Mu words, and the tree god couldn't recognize them one by one. If it could recognize all of them, it would be much easier to break the seal. He then added, "So, we pinned our hopes on this desolate Jojo continent, hoping that one day an expert who could understand the ancient Mu words would appear. After waiting for 5,000 years, a Yaomu Daoren appeared. Unfortunately, he only managed to decipher 20% of the ancient Mu words before his lifespan came to an end, and he died of old age. Although the tree men helped him cultivate to the mortal fairy realm, allowing him to live for another 4,000 years, it's a pity that the human's lifespan is too short, and he still died in the end." Enmu sighed and lifted his head to look at Su Yu. Excitement flickered in his eyes as he said, "I thought it would end here, and that the ancient bronze tree men would be buried in the desolate land. But, here you are." He then added, "Even if you didn't enter the desolate evil jungle, I decided to step out of it myself and bring you in." After understanding the whole story, Su Yu took a light breath. It sounded like the tree god was an extremely terrifying being. He had easily pushed a human to the mortal fairy realm. It seemed that the so-called 9 great prefectures kings had all reached the mortal fairy realm. I can't guarantee that I've deciphered all the ancient Mu words, but I can guarantee that I'll do my best. Su Yu's eyes flickered as he said, but, what kind of guarantee can you give me? Their lives were still in the hands of the ancient Bronze Tree Men. We, the ancient Bronze Tree Men, aren't a race that likes to kill. We were forced to use the flesh and blood of living creatures to reproduce. If you can decipher the seal on the tree god's body and restore it, we won't have to kill anymore. Enmu stared at Su Yu as he said, moreover, you can get the tree god's reward. Think about it, Yamu Daoren was just an all-creation strong man with mediocre aptitudes among the humans, but he reached the mortal fairy realm with the tree god's help. If you can help the tree god even more, the benefits you'll get will be unimaginable. Su Yu needed the benefits, but he didn't really need them. What was important was his life. Fine, I hope you can keep your word, Su Yu said. Enmu smiled. Come with me. Before we meet the tree god, I'll take you to the place where Yamu Daoren passed away. He left behind some ancient words, which might be useful to you. Chapter 893. Swish. With a wave of Enmu's big sleeves, Su Yu felt as if the stars had shifted, and he was instantly transported to another place. This is the power of all creations, Su Yu thought to himself. He appeared in front of a well-preserved wooden house. The courtyard was lush and well kept. A lone grave was lying quietly in the courtyard, with 2 words carved on it, Yaomu. Su Yu looked at it, his heart filled with melancholy. A peerless expert had passed away here, without even a single person from his clan praying to him. Su Yu stepped forward and bowed to pay his respects. Senior Enmu, did Yamu Daoren feel any pain before his death? Su Yu asked. Enmu shook his head. He died of old age naturally. You don't have to be sad. Su Yu nodded and entered the house. The house was simple and clean, without any other items. It was unknown whether he had been buried with Yamu Daoren, or if he had been poor. Only 2 scrolls, which were well protected by the ancient Bronze Tree Men, were left in the house. The one on the left was slightly thinner, while the one on the right was thicker. Su Yu found that the golden sand he had lost in the desolate evil jungle had fallen quietly beside the scroll on the right. These 2 scrolls record all the ancient Mu words on the seal. The one on the left has the ancient words that Yamu Daoren has already deciphered, so you don't need to decipher them. The one on the right has the words that haven't been deciphered yet, Enmu said. Su Yu nodded and stepped forward to open the scroll on the right. Densely packed ancient words came into view. Beside every ancient word, there was a red marker, which was Yamu Daoren's detailed research. His marker stopped abruptly when he had written 1/10 of the words. That was also the time when he passed away. Su Yu was slightly sad. He carefully observed his marker and compared it with the ancient Mu words, nodding and shaking his head from time to time. Enmu asked with concern, "What do you think of his marker?" From the marker, Yamu Daoren's attainments in the ancient Mu words could be seen. "It's amazing, but it has its limits," Su Yu commented. As a human, it's amazing that he could rely on his limited knowledge to study to such an extent. It's a pity that the environment is like this, so he can't improve. Enmu was delighted. Does this mean that your attainments in the ancient Mu words are higher than his? Su Yu said, "You can say that. However, please give me half a day to study this scroll. Also, do not disturb me." "Okay, as long as you can rescue the tree goddess, I can agree to anything," Enmu said joyfully. He immediately ordered 2 tree men to guard the entrance of the courtyard and forbid any disturbance. Before Enmu left, he glanced at the golden sand on the scroll to his right. "What's this?" Su Yu grabbed the golden sand calmly. "Maybe it's a relic of Yamu Daoren. I'll study it as well." Enmu hesitated for a moment before nodding. He then turned around and left, leaving Su Yu alone in the courtyard. Su Yu closed the door and sat down with his legs crossed. His eyes flickered slightly as he reopened the heavy scroll and flipped to the last place marked with Yamu Daoren's red pen. At the same time, he gathered the golden sand in his palm with the rest of the golden sand in the bottle and spread them on his palm. When the golden sand landed on the red words, it immediately became active. It looked like ants wriggling on the scroll. Finally, everyone quietened down. Su Yu squinted his eyes, and after staring at it for a while, he finally discovered its secret. Su Yu had already deciphered the meaning of every word in the 200 golden sand grains, but he couldn't assemble them into a complete sentence. Now, these golden sand grains were grouped in groups of 10, and each of them was surrounded by an ancient character. 10 golden sand grains and 1 ancient character could translate a sentence. The same was true for the other 19 groups. In the end, there were a total of 19 sentences, which formed an extremely mysterious code. Yamu Daoren was trying to tell Su Yu something in this way. Su Yu's heart thumped as he translated the 20 sentences of ancient characters into the human language and arranged them into a complete sentence. Then, he obtained the mysterious message passed down by Yamu Daoren. After a while, Su Yu's face became gloomy. Yamu Daoren had told Su Yu something terrifying, so terrifying that Yamu Daoren had no choice but to hide the golden sand grains in his diary and let him spread it. Su Yu sat in the house quietly for a long time. His face gradually regained its composure, and he entered the state of time acceleration to study the treasury of words left behind by Yunyazi in his mind. Half a day later, Inmu came and asked expectantly, "How is it?" Su Yu smiled. "I've finished deciphering them. These ancient characters are exactly the same as the golden characters on the sacrificial altar. I've completely comprehended them in half a day. Comprehending 80% of the characters in half a day. You're much better than Yamu Daoren. If the tree god wakes up, you'll surely be rewarded handsomely." Inmu was pleasantly surprised. "Please translate these ancient characters into modern Mu words, and I'll inform the tree god immediately." Su Yu said, "I'm afraid it's not possible yet. There are more than a dozen ancient characters among them, but they're illegible. They're very different from the ancient characters in my memory, so I'm not sure if the translation is accurate. I'd like to see the characters on the seal in person before I can make a decision." Inmu furrowed his brows. "The tree god is our clan's god, and it's in a weak state. I'm afraid it's inappropriate for it to meet outsiders." Su Yu said, "Fine, I'll translate according to this scroll. If there's any mistake, please don't blame me." This. Inmu hesitated. He stared at Su Yu and asked, "Are you sure it won't pose a threat to the tree god?" Su Yu pointed at himself. "I'm just a trifling 5th-grade fairy. I can't even harm you, Inmu, let alone the tree god, can I?" "That's true. Fine, I'll make an exception this time and take you to meet the tree god. Remember, don't touch the seal. Touching the seal and killing you is a small matter, but implicating the tree god is a grave matter." Inmu's heart was filled with concern for the tree god. "I understand." Su Yu nodded. After half a cup of tea's time, at an unknown depth underground, Su Yu felt as if he was about to penetrate the Jojo continent. Boundless thick wooden walls spread out in all directions from the depths of the underground. They formed an intricate and complicated network, like a maze. The tree god sank to the depths of the continent to conceal its aura and avoid being hunted by enemies. The wooden walls you see are actually the ends of the tree god's roots, which are the thinnest parts, Inmu said. Su Yu was startled. "How many roots does the tree god have?" "They're endless, and they've already covered the entire underground of the Jojo continent." "They're everywhere," Inmu said. The tree god's body was enormous, and the vast Jojo continent was just a piece of soil the size of a palm in its eyes. Half a cup of tea's time had passed. Layers of Earth's heat surged, and the temperature was extremely high. Su Yu's body possessed the fire marrow, which helped him resist the high temperature. Inmu furrowed his brows slightly, and a silver halo appeared on the surface of his body. It was a mighty power that could only be condensed by an all-creation realm expert, and it possessed great defensive power. "Hateful flames," Inmu said calmly. Fire was the bane of wood, and the tree people hated flames by nature. After another 2 hours, Su Yu and the others descended into the depths of the underground, which was a world of flames. As far as the eye could see, it was a boundless sea of flames. The flames contained within were extremely terrifying, and their might wasn't any weaker than the heavenly tribulation. Even an all-creation old monster wouldn't be able to survive if he fell into it. "This is the deepest part of the continent, the glaze sea of flames, which is also the continent's energy source," Inmu said. It was the enormous earth fire that maintained the climate of the Jojo continent, which allowed all kinds of living creatures to multiply. If the glazed sea of flames was extinguished, the Jojo continent would surely cool down quickly, and it would become an absolutely frozen region in the universe. The tree god is over there. Enmu pointed at the depths of the sea of flames, where a 30-meter-tall golden tree, as thick as an arm, was quietly inserted into the glazed sea of flames. Amidst the terrifying glazed sea of flames, the golden tree stood motionless, unaffected by the high temperature. Is that the tree god? It was completely different from the towering giant tree that Suyu had imagined. Enmu replied in a stupefied manner, the tree god has already attained the divine position, and its body has formed its own divine realm. Its real body resides in the divine realm. In terms of size, even the Jojo continent might not be able to accommodate the tree god's main body. Suyu was secretly surprised. Divine position. What kind of realm is that? Alright, don't approach it from here. Try to decipher those uncertain ancient Mu words. Enmu waved his big sleeves, and a cool breeze blew past. Several golden chains appeared on the surface of the golden tree's body, and they twined around it. The chains were formed by many golden Mu words, and there were more than 10,000 of them. Every single one of them was an extremely rare ancient Mu word, and only a few of the current Mu people could master it. The chains were probably the seal that Enmu mentioned. Can I get closer? I can't see it clearly. Suyu tried his best to revolve his pupils. Enmu stared at the glazed sea of flames beneath him in disgust. He let out a breath of cool air, which surrounded Suyu and made his whole body feel cool. The closer you get to the glazed sea of flames, the higher the temperature will be. This breath of air can only last for 10 breaths. You must come up before that. Suyu nodded. Remember, don't ever touch the seal. Otherwise, even I won't be able to save you. Enmu warned him once again. I understand. Suyu flew to the side of the golden tree. The glazed sea of flames beneath his feet gave Suyu an extremely dangerous feeling. If he hadn't been protected by Enmu's mighty power, he would have been incinerated long ago. 10 breaths. Only 10 breaths. Suyu's gaze swept over the Mu words contained in the chains quickly. After 5 breaths had passed, Suyu nodded. I've seen it clearly. Enmu's face lit up. Come up quickly and translate the last few words for me. I'm sorry, but I don't plan to come up, Suyu said. Enmu's gaze became sharp. Do you want to harm the tree god? Suyu looked at Enmu, shook his head, and said, No, the one who wants to harm the tree god isn't me. It's you, Lord Enmu. As he spoke, Suyu pressed his palm on the seal's chain. No. Stop it quickly, or you'll be killed by the seal and turned into ashes, Enmu shouted anxiously as he teleported over. However, he crossed half the distance and appeared in the space. Because he was too close to the glazed sea of flames, the space was in a mess, and he couldn't teleport. Suyu's hand had already slapped on the chain. He wasn't killed by the seal. Instead, a soft golden light engulfed Suyu and pulled him to the side of the golden tree, where he was trapped in the chain. Enmu stopped in mid-air. His amiable gaze was gloomy and cold, and wisps of hostility emanated from him. It seems like you know something. Suyu, who was inside the seal, nodded slightly. Yes, I know 2 things. First, the golden seal isn't a seal left behind by the enemy when they plotted against it, but a seal released by the tree god itself to protect itself. Once it's broken, its divine realm will be opened, and its original body will be discovered. Since it's in a deep slumber, its body will surely be destroyed, and it will perish from the world. This seal should be guarding against you, Lord Enmu. Enmu's expression was gloomy and cold. When did you start suspecting me? And how did you know all this? Suyu said, when I was paying my respects to Yamu Daoren, I asked you if he was in pain when he died, and you told me that he passed away naturally. But, what I saw in his grave was Yamu Daoren's broken skeleton. He was brutally killed by someone. You lied, so I started to suspect you. As for how I knew, Yamu Daoren left behind a message before his death, telling me about your conspiracy using a secret code. He was killed back then because he discovered your treachery, right? Enmu said in a deep voice, That's impossible. I've already destroyed all of his belongings, so it's impossible for him to pass on a message. You're wrong. He had a book, and when he left the desolate evil jungle in his early years, he deliberately left it in the human world, and the secret code is in it. Enmu couldn't help but laugh. His laughter was wanton and angry. Ha ha ha, Yaomu, you're still causing me trouble even after you're dead. That's right. The golden chain isn't a seal to harm the tree god, but a seal to guard against me. After so many years, the tree god's injuries have continued to worsen, and one day, it will perish, and we, the ancient bronze tree men, will perish together with it. I can't accept this. So, instead of letting all of my people die with the tree god, I'd rather enter its divine realm and obtain its divine energy, so that I can become the new tree god. In this way, I'll be saved, and everyone else will be saved. Isn't this a win-win situation? Why should one of us perish? His expression was filled with ferocity and madness. Human, who becomes the tree god has nothing to do with you. Help me remove the tree god's defense, and you'll get endless benefits. Why do you have to go against me for a dying god? Enmu said coldly. Suyu replied calmly, this is the second thing I know. I know that you won't keep your promise to spare my life. Hehe, do I have a need to kill you? Enmu asked disdainfully. Suyu said, you don't have a need to kill me, but you do have a need to kill all living beings. The birth of the new tree god requires endless energy, and the place that can provide this energy is right before your eyes. It's the Jojo continent. If you become a god, the first thing you'll do is to absorb all of Jojo's energy, and turn Jojo into a dead region of eternal silence. All living beings will perish there. If all living beings perish, how can I be spared? Suyu asked. Enmu asked coldly, did Yaomo tell you this? Yes. That was why he would rather die than obey you, and was brutally killed by you. Enmu's eyes were filled with hatred. He deserved to die. Back then, he accidentally learned of my intentions. I wanted to give him a chance to soar, but he didn't know what was good for him, and he told the tree god, Human, I'll give you one last chance. Help me become a god, or perish together with the tree god. Even I can't survive in this glazed sea of fire for long, let alone you. Enmu said. Suyu replied calmly, it's just like you said. Since you can't stay here for long, why should I fear you? With a thought, the fire essence jade in Suyu's body emitted an enormous power of fire essence, and resisted the high temperature of the glazed sea of fire, which was gradually invading it. Who became the tree god had nothing to do with Suyu, but if Enmu became the new tree god, he would die, and so would all living beings of Jojo. Chapter 894. The seal was indeed set up before the tree god went into hibernation to guard against me. It's true that I can't enter the seal, but it's not impossible to capture you. It's just that I'll have to waste a mouthful of wood spirit essence. Wisps of evil black energy gradually appeared on Enmu's silver face. His whole body was filled with silver light, and his body gradually expanded, becoming thicker and taller. 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet. It expanded all the way to 100,000 feet. The entire sky above the glazed sea of fire was covered by 100,000 feet tall silver tree that blotted out the sky. The whole sky was filled with dazzling silver light. Suyu was like a speck of dust in front of the 100,000 feet tall silver tree. The pressure of a raging storm came crashing down. The glazed sea of fire below was boiling, setting off boundless waves of fire. Is this Enmu's true form? Suyu was secretly surprised. Judging from the aura it revealed, none of the 5 golden light guards was a match for this silver tree. It was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Buzz. As the aura descended, the chains around the tree god's body emitted a gentle golden light, protecting itself. Suyu, who was within it, was also protected. Not even the slightest bit of pressure could penetrate it. Gulp. With a soft sound, Enmu's trunk split open, and a silver eyeball appeared. Suyu noticed that half of the eyeball was pitch black, and it looked rather evil. If I catch you, I have 100 ways to make you surrender. Enmu's half-black, half-silver eyeball stared at Suyu coldly, making him shudder with fear. Swoosh. All of a sudden, a branch shot out from Enmu's giant tree. It was like a silver thunderbolt, and it struck the seal in an instant. The strike shook the earth and mountains of the underground world. The terrifying power was enough to destroy a huge city like the Blue Mountain Ridge. But when it struck the seal, it was easily deflected. At the same time, a wisp of golden light was attached to the branch, causing it to burn with golden flames. Damn the seal! Enmu sucked in a breath of cold air. His half-black, half-silver eyes were filled with pain and resentment. Suyu stared at the branch, secretly surprised. Your branch. The branch was completely withered and yellow, and it was not much different from the evil tree's branches in the outer area. Looking at the evil black mist in the depths of Enmu's eyes, Suyu understood. Had Enmu been invaded by an evil spirit? Get in! Enmu shouted in a low voice. He disregarded the burning branches and forcibly touched the seal. The closer he got to the seal, the fiercer the golden flames became. Inch by inch, the branches were burned to ashes. Despite the excruciating pain and the danger of his whole body being set aflame, Enmu forcefully touched the seal with his vines and extended them into it. He then wrapped them around Suyu at lightning speed. Back then, Enmu had captured Daoist at all costs. It's over. Enmu smiled evilly, and before the golden flames could spread to his body, he waved his branches and pulled Suyu out. With his all-creation's mighty force, a mere fairy lad would be swept away in an instant. However, the moment he exerted his strength, he realized that he was unable to move Suyu. What did you do? Enmu's eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment. Could it be that there was a mechanism in the seal that he didn't know about? Suyu shook his sleeves, and a fist-sized pearl fell out of it. It was half blue and half yellow, and it emanated a faint ghostly energy. He held the bead in one hand and allowed the branches to pull on it without budging. The underworld pearl's weight was enough to crush an all-creation's old monster to death, so how could Enmu even budge it? At that moment, the golden flames surged and spread to Enmu's body. Enmu's face fell, and he had no choice but to cut off the whole branch. Poof! The broken branch was burned to ashes by the golden flames, and the one that was wrapped around Suyu was also destroyed. Enmu was extremely infuriated, and his eyes were filled with wanton evil energy. Human lad, do you really want to go against me? I just want to live, Suyu said. Enmu said coldly, I can promise to let you live, and I can also release your 2 mating partners. As for the other living beings in the Jojo continent, what do they have to do with you? What if I don't agree? Suyu held the underworld pearl calmly. Enmu's eyes were filled with cruelty. Then I'll let your 2 mating partners die first. Do whatever you want. If 2 of my mating partners die, I'll just look for new ones, Suyu said indifferently. In the tree men's eyes, humans were the same as animals. They were animals that only knew how to mate and use their lower bodies to control their bodies. Hence, it was reasonable that Suyu wouldn't accept his threats. On the contrary, the more Suyu cared about Fairy Ling and Gongsun Wuxie's lives, the faster they would die. Enmu's half-black, half-silver eyes were filled with anger. He had thought that he could find a lad who could break the seal while the tree god was asleep, so that he could fulfill his long-cherished wish and become the new tree god. Unexpectedly, this lad was extremely cunning and possessed mysterious techniques that he couldn't deal with. The seal was released specifically for him, and it was also released for the other tree men. It didn't matter if other living beings approached it, but if the tree men approached it, they would be instantly turned to ashes. Just as the 2 sides were in a stalemate, Enmu's eyes suddenly rolled, as if he had received some information. Shortly after, a cruel look appeared in his eyes. Hehe, do you really think that I can't deal with you? Swish. Enmu turned into a silver-faced old man again, and with a sneer, he dashed out of the glazed sea of fire. Suyu had a bad feeling about this. Could Enmu have found something? No, I can't resign myself to death like this. After all, the fire essence in the fire essence jade is limited, and it can't offset the high temperature of the glazed sea of fire forever. Once the fire essence is exhausted, he will surely be buried in the sea of fire. Suyu looked around, and finally fixed his eyes on the golden tree behind him. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Suyu stared at the golden tree and said calmly, Tree God, are you still going to pretend to be asleep now? You missed Yaomu Daoren once, and if you miss him again, you will really perish from this world. Strangely, Suyu actually spoke to the sleeping tree god. The golden tree was motionless, as if it had fallen into an eternal silence. Yamu Daoren has already told me everything. It was you, tree god, who reminded him to be on his guard against Enmu, Suyu said. Yamu Daoren was completely controlled by Enmu, so how could he know about Enmu's inner scheme? In fact, the tree god had secretly told Yamu Daoren about this when he was copying the ancient words in the seal. I think you are still awake now, and you are trying to numb Enmu with this, Suyu said. The golden tree was still silent. But Suyu was patient, and he waited silently. Gulp. Finally, after 10 breaths, a crack appeared on the main trunk of the golden tree, and a golden eyeball appeared. A dull and ancient voice came from inside the golden tree. Human, I can't save you. A long sigh was filled with regret and helplessness. My main soul fell into a deep sleep when I was severely injured. Only this wisp of my soul and consciousness still exists, and I have always been on my guard against Enmu. I can't save you, the tree god said with a sigh. Suyu said calmly, I didn't summon you to save me, but I came to save you. In the message left by Yamu Daoren, the real injuries suffered by the tree god were recorded exactly. You? The tree god asked doubtfully. Back then, Yamu Daoren was promoted to the mortal fairy level by me, but he couldn't do anything about my injuries, let alone you. Suyu said, he is him, and I am me. There is only one chance, and whether you, a remnant soul, can get rid of your injuries or not depends on whether you have the courage to do so. According to Yamu Daoren's records, the tree god was indeed plotted against by an old friend, but the injuries weren't caused by the seal, but by the evil fatal divine power that was injected into her body. Why were so many dead ancient bronze tree men in the desolate evil jungle invaded by the so-called evil spirits? Where did those evil spirits come from? They were actually leaked out by the evil fatal divine power. The tree men were actually very kind and peace-loving race, and they never killed. However, among the tree men in the desolate evil jungle, the dead tree men were evil, and the living ones were gradually becoming more and more ferocious, reproducing with the flesh and blood of the human race. Enmu was also infiltrated unknowingly, and his whole body was filled with evil energy. Finally, he targeted the tree god. All of this was caused by the evil fatal divine power left in the tree god's body. After pondering for a long time, the remnant soul of the tree god sighed. What courage! Since I've fallen so far, I can only try. Swish. An ancient character appeared on the golden tree. It was in the shape of a heart, and there was a dot in the heart. Junior brother Chen had mentioned this ancient character before. They thought it was the heart's eye, but only Suyu knew that it meant a passage. The remnant soul of the tree god said, Come in. I hope it's really as you said, and there is a way to save you. Suyu nodded and touched the character with his finger. All of a sudden, his surroundings turned dark, and his body entered a dark passage uncontrollably. After taking a few steps, the gloomy sky reappeared in front of him. Dark clouds were rolling in the sky. To be precise, it was a turbulent evil energy. Under the dark clouds, a young woman was leaning on a wooden throne. Her eyes were closed, and her appearance was delicate and gentle. She didn't look stunning, but she was natural and very approachable. She was wearing a dress that was woven from green leaves, and her beautiful black hair was pinned with bright flowers. Her sleeping face was serene and natural. Seeing her, Suyu felt his heart calm, and all distracting thoughts were gone. He felt comfortable and relaxed, as if he had become one with nature. Just one look made Suyu lose his composure, and he had the urge to walk forward and worship her. Buzz! Buzz! The divine nine-dragon cauldron in Suyu's mind shook violently, and he was pulled back from his daze. Hiss! Suyu sucked in a breath of cold air, and immediately lowered his head, not daring to look at the woman again. He was shocked. How could this be? I just looked at her, and I lost my sense of self. Suyu couldn't understand. Now, even if a mortal fairy like the Jojo King was standing in front of Suyu, he wouldn't lose his mind in the slightest. However, the woman in front of him was clearly in a deep sleep. She didn't use any seductive skill, and Suyu fell into a trance. If she was awake, wouldn't she be able to make Suyu surrender with just a thought? Hey! You can see the divine body of the original body, and still maintain your sense of self. The remnant soul was surprised. In front of the divine body, without the mortal fairy's strength, you can't resist the divine power. Could it be that you are gifted with a divine body? Su Yu hid his surprise and said in a deep voice, "Now is not the time to talk about this, and it's better to heal as soon as possible." Chapter 895. The halberd continuously emitted evil energy, which invaded the woman's body. At the same time, a portion of the evil energy dissipated, forming dark clouds in the sky. Back then, my original body was injured by this halberd. If I didn't immediately seal my original body in the god realm, the evil aura that spread out would be enough to turn the Jojo continent into an evil domain. At that time, all living beings would be invaded and turned into evil spirits, the remnant soul said. Su Yu looked up at the dark clouds above his head. He did not doubt the remnant soul's words. To be able to nail a god to the throne, how terrifying was the evil aura. If you can pull out the halberd, I will wake up. If you can't, everything will be for naught. The remnant soul said, but let me remind you, if you are not confident, please do not touch the halberd. The baleful aura inside it will definitely kill you. Su Yu nodded. There was the demonic Enmu outside, and only by awakening the tree god could he save it. As he walked forward, Su Yu realized that with every step he took, his body was trembling uncontrollably. The urge to kneel down and worship him grew stronger. The divine nine-dragon cauldron in Xiao Chen's mind also gave off intense reverberations. This was unprecedented. Furthermore, this was a body in deep sleep. If it was awake, he probably wouldn't even be able to approach it. Clenching his teeth, Su Yu persisted in moving forward. Although it was only a short distance of 100 feet, Su Yu found it difficult to move forward. He spent an hour before he managed to get close to the long halberd. He stretched out his right palm, and a resplendent galaxy of starlight radiated from it. After taking a deep breath, Su Yu clenched his right hand and grabbed the end of the long halberd. The moment he touched it, a shocking evil energy gushed into Su Yu's body, as if it was a landslide. Su Yu's vision darkened, and he felt as if his soul was being torn apart. In his consciousness, the sky and the earth were pitch black, as if he had stepped into the abyss of death. Roar! Suddenly, 3 resonant dragon roars resounded in the darkness. The boundless darkness was expelled, and the surroundings regained their brightness. He maintained the posture of holding the long halberd, not changing at all. Su Yu felt as if he had just taken a trip to the gates of hell. Then, he looked at his palm. The Milky Way star sand spun rapidly, expelling the evil aura that had invaded his body. At the same time, a large amount of blood-red liquid flowed out of the divine nine-dragon cauldron, allowing Su Yu to maintain his consciousness. Thanks to the 2 divine artifacts, Su Yu was able to avert the danger. If not for them, Su Yu would have already died once. Hiss! You seem to possess something extraordinary, the remnant soul exclaimed in admiration. He had clearly seen the evil fatal energy enter Su Yu's body, and his soul was instantly devoured. He had thought that he would definitely die. Just as he was sighing, Su Yu came back to life. Su Yu's gaze turned grave, but he did not reply. Instead, he let out a low grunt and pulled the long halberd with all his strength. However, the halberd did not move an inch. He tried a few times, but the result was the same. The remnant soul couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, this halberd has a mysterious origin. With your current strength, it's really too much for you to handle. Disappointment appeared on Su Yu's face. He had risked his life by using the Milky Way star sand, yet he had still failed. He wanted to use the Milky Way star sand to absorb the baleful aura. However, he discovered that the baleful aura could not be absorbed by the Milky Way star sand. He had obtained the Milky Way star sand for a long time, but this was the first time he was unable to separate something from it. Don't waste your energy. The remnant soul sighed and said, your emperor-based saint artifact only has a saint artifact, it doesn't have a saint spirit, so it can only unleash 1/10 of its power. The most it can absorb is celestial force and divine force. The baleful aura is slightly stronger than divine power. You alone are not enough. There was no saint spirit. This was the first time he had heard that the Milky Way star sand had lost its saint spirit. I don't believe it. Su Yu was unwilling to give up, so he continued to try. However, no matter how the Milky Way star sand revolved, it could not do anything to the baleful aura. The remnant soul said, "I'm sorry, human. You can't save me, and I can't save you." Even if the tree goddess could wake up slightly, the ancient bronze tree men's crisis could still be resolved. Unfortunately, as the remnant soul sighed, a passage's words appeared in front of Su Yu. "Let's go. Letting you enter the divine realm consumed a lot of my soul power." Su Yu was disappointed. The situation had already reached its worst state, and it seemed like he could only use the space vortex to teleport away from this place. As such, he had no idea where he would be teleported to. All of the foundation he had laid in the Red Blood Palace would be wasted, and he would have to start all over again. "Wait!" the remnant soul exclaimed in surprise when Su Yu pointed his finger at the words. Su Yu raised his eyebrows as he suddenly sensed a powerful consciousness awakening from the body of the woman who was in a deep sleep. Rumble. The dark clouds of the evil fatal energy were tumbling in the sky, while the long halberd in the woman's abdomen vibrated and was pulled out by an inch. A vast, ancient, and faintly discernible voice, which seemed to have come from the end of time and space, reverberated in the divine realm. Su Yu's body couldn't help but tremble, while the divine nine-dragon cauldron within him emitted a dragon's roar. Everything seemed like some kind of mysterious existence had descended upon them. The remnant soul was extremely excited. "I've awakened." Su Yu stared at the woman, who was still motionless and showed no signs of waking up. "Young man, I am the tree goddess." The woman was sleeping, and the voice came from her body. "When the evil fatal energy entered your body just now, I felt that there was an evil god in the depths of your soul that absorbed a part of the evil fatal energy. Thus, my suppressed consciousness was able to awaken temporarily. It was the evil god in the soul dimension." This cunning old thing had taken advantage of the fact that Su Yu's soul was being eroded, and he couldn't suppress it, to appear stealthily and absorb a large amount of evil fatal energy. As the remnant blood essence of the evil god, the evil fatal energy was extremely important to him. Su Yu's eyes were filled with uncertainty. What if the evil god grew stronger and broke through the soul dimension to escape? He didn't have a way to suppress this old thing again. Su Yu restrained his uneasiness and bowed to the tree goddess. "Greetings, elder tree goddess. I'm too useless to pull out the halberd. You don't need to blame yourself. Even I can't pull out the halberd, let alone you." The tree goddess's voice became softer and softer, and it didn't have the same ancient and vicissitudes as before. "I can only wake up for a short time. Young man, do you have a wish?" The tree goddess wanted to fulfill one of Su Yu's long-cherished wishes. Su Yu muttered to himself, "May I know the price?" "Pull out the halberd when you can," the tree goddess said. Su Yu thought for a moment, then nodded and agreed. "I can, but I can't guarantee that I can accomplish it in my lifetime." Even she couldn't accomplish it, let alone Su Yu. "It's fine if you can guarantee it. Tell me your wish," the tree goddess said. Su Yu said, "The end of the martial path." After experiencing so many storms, Su Yu understood that power determined everything. Only when he trampled the world under his feet could he protect the people and things he loved. "Do you want to become a god?" "I can't help you become a new god, but I can protect you on your path to becoming a god," the tree goddess said. Su Yu nodded. "Thank you for your help, tree goddess." How could a dying god help him to reach the end of the martial path? It was already a great fortune for him to be protected. Swish. The long dress made of green leaves on the woman's body fluttered slightly. Then, 3 verdant leaves left the dress and floated into Su Yu's palm. "These are the leaves I obtained when I became a god. They are my original leaves. Although they don't contain divine power, they can help you resolve crises. No one below the mortal fairy realm can resist them. Moreover, they can decompose your enemies into their original state, which is very beneficial to you. Of course, they also have their disadvantages. They will consume a lot of vital energy, which will make you lose the power to fight. In serious cases, they can damage your dantian, which will cause your cultivation to decline." Su Yu nodded, and he was overjoyed. "Doesn't it mean that even all creation-old monsters can't resist a strike from these leaves?" Su Yu could use these 3 leaves to kill 3 all creation-old monsters. Thank you for your gift, tree goddess, Suyu said gratefully. The tree goddess said, when you become a mortal fairy, if you can wake me up, I will give you another gift. Suyu was very grateful. Swoosh. A mass of green light shot out of the tree goddess's forehead and went into Suyu's forehead. This is a contract between you and me. It won't affect you, but it will let me know whether you are still alive or not, the tree goddess said. Suyu didn't resist. He believed that the tree goddess didn't need to deceive a small mortal like him. The contract is done. You can leave now. I will use the remaining divine power in the divine realm to purify my clansmen while I'm awake. You will be affected by the divine power in the divine realm, the tree goddess said. The divine power was a terrifying power, and if it affected Suyu, he would probably be turned into ashes. Suyu tapped on the passage's characters and was transported back. Suyu hid the 3 leaves in the 9 jade spiritual pearl carefully. Swoosh. When he just returned to the outside world, Enmu's terrifying aura approached him quickly. He had come back, but he wasn't alone. Beside him were 2 other humans who had been captured. Coincidentally, Suyu knew one of them. Bright Moon Householder. Suyu was startled. He didn't expect to see Bright Moon Householder here. There was also a middle-aged woman beside him, but he didn't know her. Panic appeared on their faces. It was obvious that they were greatly frightened. Why did they also enter the desolate evil jungle? Suyu Xian? Why are you still alive? Bright Moon Householder was startled when he saw Suyu Xian below. He had clearly seen Suyu and Hu Wangue being dragged away by the evil tree's branches, yet they were still alive. Enmu was startled, and he sneered coldly as he looked at Suyu. Oh! What a coincidence. You know each other. Mistress Qin rolled her eyes and shouted, Suyu Xian, I still haven't settled the score with you for destroying my Shuzhen bookyard. Suyu cast a glance at her, while he recalled the Shuzhen bookyard. He had found the letter left behind by Yamu Daoren in the Shuzhen bookyard, and he had gotten the golden sand from it. Hehe, interesting. It turns out that you still have a grudge against each other. This will be easier to deal with. Enmu curled up the corners of his mouth. After Bright Moon Householder and Mistress Qin were captured alive, they had been used by the ancient bronze tree men as vessels to nurture seeds. When they were about to be punished, the silver-faced tree man took them away. They had been nervous all the way, and they had assumed that they would end up in an even more dangerous place. Upon witnessing this, they understood Enmu's intentions. Sir, this lad has an irreconcilable feud with us, and we are willing to help you capture and kill him, Bright Moon Householder volunteered. Chapter 896. I'm also willing to serve you, sir, Mistress Qin said. Both of them were level 2 divine masters, so killing Suyu would be a piece of cake for them. Just capture him, not kill him. I want him alive. If you can do it, I might spare your lives, and I can even give you 1 or 2 drops of the life spring, Enmu promised. Bright Moon Householder and Mistress Qin were overjoyed. The silver-faced tree man might not be trustworthy, but he was their only hope for survival. As they laughed hideously, the 2 of them floated down together, passed through the seal without any obstruction, and entered it. Enmu sneered coldly. The seal was useful for him, but it was useless for humans. Bright Moon Householder stared at Suyu and laughed mockingly. Suyu Xian, you caused me to lose everything. If Lu Chuyi hadn't stopped me, I would have killed you long ago. Now, I want to see whether you can still hide behind a woman's back. Mistress Qin sneered coldly. Their hatred for each other wasn't small. Destroying the library could be a big or small matter. But, during the sacrifice, the Heavenly Knife region had lost all of its shops, and even her library had been taken back by the 18 blessed and heavenly lands. Suyu was calm and composed. It seems like you are quite sure that you can kill me here. There were no outsiders here, so Suyu didn't need to hold anything back. 2 level 2 divine masters might not be able to deal with him. Well, the air is quite wild. Bright Moon Householder sneered coldly and said, Mistress Qin, this lad might really have a few tricks up his sleeve, so we don't need to care about bullying the weak. Let's attack him together and capture him. Mistress Qin nodded and walked toward Suyu. When she was 10 steps away from him, her body flickered. Her afterimage became blurry, and Suyu didn't even have time to react before Mistress Qin reached him. A wisp of boundless vital energy was thrust at Suyu's head. Suyu tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and flew into the air. Bright Moon Householder's eyes flickered coldly. Suyu was in the air now, so his body's flexibility was greatly reduced. This was the best time for him to attack. Lad, hand over your life. Bright Moon Householder formed eagle claws with his hands and tried to grab Suyu's shoulder armor. Tongues of flame shot out of his claws, and before he could capture Suyu, he would be burned and lose his ability to react. In any case, the silver-faced tree man had only said to capture him alive, not to harm him. As Suyu faced a pincer attack from both sides, he slapped the air with his hands, and his body was flung upward. A pair of scarlet wings unfolded on his back, and before Bright Moon Householder's palm reached him, he turned into a scarlet color and disappeared. Bright Moon Householder missed his target and looked at the scarlet wings on Suyu's back gloomily. When he was being chased by Hu Wangue, the Bright Moon Householder had already seen it. His flying speed was comparable to a level 5 Divine Master. You don't need to worry. He doesn't dare to take even half a step away from the seal, and his movement technique is hindered. So, you can just attack him as you like, Inmu said calmly. Capturing Suyu was already a foregone conclusion. Bright Moon Householder and Mistress Qin exchanged a glance, then launched another pincer attack from the left. This time, Suyu did not hide. Instead, he looked at the two of them with pity. All right, I will use you two to test out my new cultivation technique. As he weaved signs with his hands, 3 furious dragon roars echoed from Suyu's chest. 3 ferocious black demonic dragons flew out of Suyu's chest, roaring angrily as they charged toward the two of them. Bright Moon Householder and Mistress Qin immediately sensed a threat. Use the divine seal. Hurry up. Bright Moon Householder was startled. How did Suyu get such a terrifying cultivation technique? Bright Moon Householder's divine seal was an elixir, and it provided him with power unceasingly. It allowed his cultivation to rise sharply for a short time, and he reached the peak of level 2 Divine Master realm. Suyu was also surprised by such a divine seal. Mistress Qin's divine seal was ordinary and mediocre. It was a book, and words were shooting out of the book unceasingly at the demonic dragons to obstruct them. However, the demonic dragon's speed didn't decrease, but increased, and the 3 dragons roared at the same time. They smashed a large number of words in their way and passed through Mistress Qin's body. Mistress Qin's eyes were filled with fright and disbelief, and her expression froze at this moment. Her body started disintegrating from the inside out. Bright Moon Householder, who witnessed such a sight, was greatly shocked, and he shouted loudly, "King Kong Wave!" A blue armor erupted out of his body, while his fists were engulfed by a blue radiance. After the demonic dragons passed through Mistress Qin, they roared angrily and charged at him, then collided with his blue fists. Splutter! Bright Moon Householder's eyes widened, and a blood-red sword shot out of his mouth. His body moved back several times, and he ended up falling out of the seal. What demonic technique did you cultivate? How could it be so tyrannical? Bright Moon Householder couldn't believe that a level 5 fairy could kill a level 2 divine master and injure another just by relying on a technique. Suyu replied calmly, "You don't need to know that. If you want to die, you can come back here again." He wondered how the tree goddess was prepared, and whether she had successfully used her divine power. Inmu's body surface emitted wisps of black energy, while a cruel and ominous glint flickered in the depths of his eyes. "Human, you are exhausting my patience. If you continue to resist stubbornly, it won't be as simple as capturing you. Capturing you won't be easy, but killing you will be as easy as blowing off dust. It's useless for you to hide in the seal." A light flickered on Suyu's body surface, while a black armor appeared. It was the Eternal Stone King armor. He used his actions to express his will, and he wouldn't compromise. "Humph. Stubborn. Do you really think that I can't deal with you?" Inmu snorted coldly, while he glared at Bright Moon Householder. He seemed to sense something and turned around, his face full of fear. "Sir, please give me another chance. I will definitely capture him alive. There's no need. You are no match for him. Let me do it myself." Inmu snorted coldly, and his whole body shone with silver light. A small silver tree with a black aura around it floated out from the top of his head. Half of the leaves on the small tree turned pitch black, emitting an evil aura. His soul has left his body, Suyu could tell. Bright Moon Householder realized that the situation was anything but reassuring, and he tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and rushed toward the seal at lightning speed. He said anxiously, Suyu-shen, let go of our grudges for the time being. Please allow me to hide for the time being. As shrewd as he was, how could he not see that Enmu couldn't enter the seal? Otherwise, why would he need to borrow their help? Suyu muttered to himself for a moment, but did not stop him. When Bright Moon Householder was only 100 feet away from the seal, the palm-sized silver tree snorted coldly. All of a sudden, Bright Moon Householder became motionless. It was as if he was being controlled by someone. His body was surrounded by layers of spatial energy. Controlling spatial energy was a special ability of all creation old monsters. Bright Moon Householder's face was filled with fright, and he couldn't budge even an inch. It was only when Enmu's soul, the small silver tree, flew over and drilled into his head. Suyu looked at it from afar, and he could clearly see that Bright Moon Householder's soul was crushed by the small silver tree. Bright Moon Householder's body was then forcefully occupied by the small silver tree. In just an instant, Bright Moon Householder's body and soul were exterminated, and he was replaced by an all-creation realm soul. Buzz! Bright Moon Householder suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 silver beams shot out of them. Their shocking energy caused the whole underground space to shake. The current Bright Moon Householder's aura had reached the all-creation realm. Even though he wasn't as powerful as Enmu's main body, he was still much more powerful than Suyu. Body seizure. Suyu sucked in a breath of cold air. Suyu had read about this kind of body seizure method in ancient books. It was rumored that once one cultivated to the all-creation realm, his soul would reach a certain level, and he would be able to leave his body and occupy another body. This method was known as body seizure. However, the price for body seizure was extremely high, and according to ancient books, even late-stage all-creation old monsters would have to suffer a drop in cultivation level. It could be said that Enmu was risking his life to capture Suyu. If he succeeded, he would be able to kill the divine tree, seize its divine energy, and become the new tree god. His silver eyes penetrated the space and looked at Suyu. The seal swayed, and a wisp of his aura leaked out. Suyu felt like he was struck by lightning, and he groaned softly, while a wisp of blood seeped out of the corners of his mouth. A single gaze was enough to kill him, and if they were facing each other, just that gaze alone would be enough to kill him. You should be proud of yourself for making such a great sacrifice. Even Yaomu Daoren didn't receive such treatment. Bright Moon Householder spoke coldly. His eyes were filled with silver light as he strode forward with his hands clasped behind his back. As he strode forward, he stood in front of the seal. At the same time, he pressed his hand against the seal. When he came into contact with it, Bright Moon Householder's whole body shivered, and pain appeared in his silver eyes. Even though his soul was hidden in a human's body, it was still detected by the seal, and it was burned by it. If he didn't retreat in time, his soul would surely be destroyed. However, with his current cultivation, he could capture Suyu alive in just 3 breaths' time. Bright Moon Householder's finger didn't stop, and he went past the seal. The seal couldn't resist the human's body. Come out. A hideous look appeared on Bright Moon Householder's face, and he stretched his hand into the seal and tried to grab Suyu. A powerful spatial power engulfed Suyu's surroundings, and he couldn't budge an inch. In the next moment, Bright Moon Householder would need a single thought to capture Suyu. At that time, what awaited Suyu would be an unimaginably cruel torture. Bang! An ancient character that read passageway appeared on the golden tree's trunk without any warning. A fair and tender palm stretched out from the inside and rested on Suyu's shoulder. The spatial power around his body immediately disintegrated. At the same time, a soul-stirring aura flowed out of it. Enmu's hideous face stiffened, and he looked at the white hand. His pupils contracted as he spoke in fright. Tree God. It's impossible. The tree god is in a deep sleep, so how could it possibly show itself? Boundless fear invaded his heart, and his instinctive fear made him want to flee. However, he discovered that he couldn't budge an inch. It was like his body was frozen in place, and he couldn't budge an inch. The soul in his body, the small silver tree, quickly escaped from the top of his head. However, when it just left, the silver soul was frozen in the sky, and it couldn't budge an inch. A soul at the late stage of the all-creation realm couldn't budge an inch in front of the tree god. Tree god, spare me. The small silver tree begged for mercy in fright. Its whole body started burning with golden flames, and it was in great pain. Swoosh! The golden tree flickered, and the owner of the palm appeared. A sleeping woman was sitting peacefully on a throne. Her posture didn't change at all, and the only change was that she had raised her hand and placed it on Suyu's shoulder. Chapter 897. In the past, when he was severely injured and on the verge of losing consciousness, the tree god had set a defensive seal around him. At that time, Enmu was still a mortal fairy. After so many years, Enmu's vitality had gradually weakened, and the evil aura had taken advantage of it. He had become evil and started to plot to seize the tree god's divine position. Enmu, who was burning, was sometimes pleading, sometimes violent, and he was roaring angrily. However, as the golden light burned, the black color on the silver tree faded away gradually, turning into a black mist that rose into the air and dissipated. Enmu's violent aura gradually weakened. After a few breaths, all the black color disappeared, and Enmu's soul became silver again, emitting a dazzling silver light. It was dazzling and gentle, giving people a sense of peace. When the golden light disappeared, the silver tree returned to its original body, looking brand new. Enmu opened his eyes again. The evil aura in his eyes was gone, replaced by peace. Suyu felt the same intimacy from him that he had felt from the tree god. Tree god. Enmu murmured. His eyes were filled with confusion, as if he had been reborn. After a while, he recalled what he had done for thousands of years and couldn't help but feel ashamed. He knelt down on one knee and said, "Enmu is useless. I was unable to defend the tree god, and the evil aura entered my body. I tried to steal the divine position. Tree god, please punish me." The tree god's voice was like a spring breeze. "I don't blame you. After I fell into a deep sleep, I lost the nourishment of my divine power. My people are getting weaker day by day, and you are no exception. It's already not easy for you to not perish from this world." Enmu lowered his head in shame. Many living people are also haunted by the evil aura, and the dead people have become evil spirits. The tree god was sad and pitiful. "Enmu, after I fall into a deep sleep, you must protect your people until I wake up again." Rustle. The sound of leaves rustling reverberated in all directions. There was an indescribable beauty in the sound, and Suyu was intoxicated by it. He didn't dare to make a sound, as he didn't want to ruin the world's most beautiful sound. As the sound passed, the ancient bronze tree people stopped hurriedly, wisps of black gas rising from their bodies. The violence and indifference in their hearts gradually disappeared. It was the same in the inner area, the outer area, and the whole desolate evil jungle. The thick dust that had surrounded the desolate evil jungle for an unknown number of years also dispersed along with the wind. The long-awaited sunlight illuminated the gloomy and terrifying desolate evil jungle with a different kind of beauty. The ancient bronze tree men that had woken up bowed in the direction of the voice. They were extremely excited. The sky was vast, space and time were tranquil, and all auspiciousness was gathered in the beautiful sounds of nature. Suyu only opened his eyes slowly when the heavenly voice disappeared. Looking at the tree goddess, Suyu could feel that her majestic consciousness was gradually weakening. She was about to fall into a deep sleep again. "Enmu, protect our clansmen well," the tree goddess said. Her body gradually disappeared from the passageway and returned to the divine land. In the final moment before disappearing, he said, "Please treat this human youngster well. If he asks for help, do your best to agree." "Yes, tree goddess," Enmu replied respectfully. The tree god dissipated, but the seal remained. Enmu stood up. His expression was calm, and it was a calm that came from the bottom of his heart. "Youngster, thank you for stopping me," said Enmu gratefully. His sigh was filled with shame. Suyu marveled inwardly. Enmu had really been purified. "I just tried my best," Suyu said. May I ask if my friend is safe and sound? What he was most worried about was the safety of the two of them. Enmu nodded. They weren't harmed, so you can set your mind at ease. Before I take you to see them, I want to give you a gift as a token of my gratitude. It's you who saved our ancient bronze tree men. After 2 hours, they left the underground world and went to the lakeside where they had first met Enmu. Suyu looked at the tranquil lake and asked curiously, "What do you want to give me?" "The spring of life," Enmu said. Suyu was surprised. Isn't the spring of life in another direction? He remembered clearly that Enmu had once discovered Bright Moon Householder and Mistress Chin heading toward the spring of life stealthily. That's also the spring of life, but it's the spring of life that ordinary ancient bronze tree men used to nourish their descendants. What I want to give you is the spring of life that I condensed when I was still a mortal fairy, Enmu said. Suyu had gotten too many good things recently, so he was somewhat numb to them. Hualala, the lake's surface split apart, and a silver wooden box flew out from the depths of the lake. A powerful life force was emanating from the wooden box, and Suyu could feel the rich life force of the fate-altering elixir. However, it was still far inferior. Even so, it would be difficult for him to find a spiritual object that could rival the life force in front of him. This was condensed by me at the mortal fairy realm, and it's an ability unique to my wood clan. It's hard to find in this world. Over the years, I condensed a total of 9 drops, and each drop can allow a person to live for another 1,000 years. Moreover, it also has unexpected benefits for purifying the body. In the past, Yamu Daren's aptitude was mediocre, and it was only after I cleansed his body with 6 drops that he managed to break through to the mortal fairy realm. Now, I only have 3 left, and I'll give them all to you as a token of my apology and gratitude, Enmu said. A lifespan of 1,000 years. Suyu licked his lips. How could he not want such a great benefit? Moreover, it could also purify the body. Suyu couldn't help but think about the curse on his chest. It's best to use this item only when you're about to break through to the next great realm. Only then will it have the greatest effect, Enmu instructed him. Suyu nodded and gave up on his impulse to refine it now. Thank you, Elder Enmu. Suyu accepted it and treasured it together with the tree god's 3 leaves. They were all peerless treasures. Enmu smiled kindly. That is my personal gratitude. The tree goddess said that she would do her best to take care of you. I will give you another gift on behalf of the tree goddess. As he spoke, Enmu's entire body flickered with silver light, and he transformed into a 30,000 feet tall silver tree. It blotted out the sky and was a magnificent sight. Young man, you can prove your Tao under the body tree. Although my ancient bronze tree is not a body tree, we are related. If you comprehend under my tree, you will definitely gain something. To provide enlightenment. Suyu was delighted. He thought that his power of understanding was pretty good. Furthermore, his power of understanding was getting stronger and stronger with the help of the red liquid in the divine 9-dragon cauldron. However, it was still a far cry from Xia Jingyu's terrifying power of understanding. Now that many of his cultivation techniques were in trouble, how could he give up such a great opportunity? With a move of his body, Suyu sat down cross-legged under the silver tree. At the same time, he sped up time and tried to comprehend the cultivation techniques that he hadn't been able to break through for a long time. Heaven's sun gazing at air, heaven extinguishing divine palm, and 5 elements profound secrets were all extremely difficult to comprehend. Under the silver tree, Suyu accelerated time and comprehended at the same time. 2 hours passed. 4 hours passed. The sun rose from the east and slowly sank into the earth, leaving behind a ray of light that shone on Suyu's face. As the sun set, Suyu slowly opened his eyes. When the afterglow fell on his deep eyes, they seemed like 2 flames that were quietly burning and reflecting light. Half a day's time was equivalent to a year's time under the accelerated time. Moreover, the comprehension under the silver tree had increased his power of understanding by 10 times. It was like Suyu had cultivated bitterly for 10 years. Under such a great effect, his 3 cultivation techniques had advanced by leaps and bounds. Heaven's sun gazing at air had unknowingly skipped the lower tier and reached the upper tier. Moreover, it was only a fine line away from the top tier. With his current realm, He could control 4 divine master experts at the same time. In the cultivation of this technique, Suyu had never made such a huge leap in progress before. If Yunyazi knew about this, he would be astonished. His heaven-extinguishing divine palm had also made great progress. In the Zhenlong world, he had always been stuck in the lower tier and couldn't reach the upper tier. But now, he had achieved it. The upper tier heaven-extinguishing divine palm's first level was enough to easily kill a level 3 divine master. The last one was the 5 elements mysteries art. Suyu had only comprehended 7 of the demon clan's characters' mysteries before, but now, he had comprehended 70 of them. As long as he continued comprehending 30 of them, he would be able to control the 5 elements divine prison. At the same time, his mastery of the 5 elements mysteries art allowed him to benefit greatly in elixir making and other aspects. Last time, he had managed to reach the elixir fire fusion realm by chance. With his current understanding of the fire element, he would surely be able to enter such a state easily. The next time he made elixirs, he would surely be able to break through his current realm. He was quite excited, as comprehending under the silver tree would bring him boundless benefits. However, he decided to stop before going too far. After comprehending, he needed to digest and consolidate his foundation before continuing. Swoosh! The silver tree shone with a silver light as it returned to Enmu's divine form. "It seems like you have made great progress," Enmu said. Suyu nodded and bowed to him gratefully. "However, I sensed the power of time. I didn't expect that the ancient era's time power's inheritance still existed," Enmu said with a smile as he looked at Suyu. Suyu wasn't surprised. After all, how could he hide it from an all-creation old monster? No, from a mortal fairy in the past. You should be careful. The gods are also coveting the time power's inheritance. Don't let them know about it, Enmu warned him solemnly. Suyu replied, "I understand. Thank you for your advice, Senior." The tree goddess said that she hoped that we would try our best to help you. "I hope that you can stay here. I can protect you, as well as help you cultivate and reach the mortal fairy realm faster," Enmu said. Suyu muttered to himself for a long while. He was slightly tempted. "Senior Enmu, thank you for your kindness. I still have many things to take care of in the outside world, so I can't stay here forever," Suyu said. Enmu tried to persuade him to stay for a while, but he gave up. "Fine, I'll send you and your friends out." Swish! With a wave of Enmu's sleeves, Suyu was brought before a dead tree man. This tree man hadn't been demonized, and its body had been transformed into a prison. It was the place where the human clan had been imprisoned. After entering it, Suyu saw Huanggue in the outermost prison. He was on the verge of death, and his spiritual energy had been sucked dry. His fate was to be transformed into a vessel and planted with seeds. "He came here with you, so he's also your friend. You should take him with you. After being purified by the tree goddess, it'll be easier for the younger generation's seeds to develop. So, they won't need such a cruel method," Enmu said. Suyu's eyes flickered. Rather than calling him a friend, it would be better to call him an enemy. "However, he will soon become my servant." Suyu wore a faint smile as he entered the prison. After a short while, Huanggue, who had a respectful look in his eyes, followed Suyu closely like a servant. Suyu was a level 5 fairy using the Son of Heaven's soul control technique, so he could control a level 5 divine master. Huanggue, who was on the verge of death, gave up resisting without the slightest hesitation, and allowed himself to be firmly controlled by Suyu. Once his body recovered, he would be able to recover his fighting prowess. A level 5 divine master expert would be of great help at a crucial juncture. As a green light flickered on Suyu's arm, Huanggue was absorbed into the 9-jade spiritual pearl. Chapter 898. A gift. Suyu was curious. Under Enmu's guidance, Suyu went to the deepest part of the prison. 2 beautiful women, one big and one small, were tied to a branch and couldn't move at all. On their foreheads, there was an emerald green sapling that looked extremely realistic. Enmu smiled mysteriously, took out 2 seeds from his sleeves, and put them in Suyu's palm. "What are these?" Suyu asked in confusion. Enmu looked at Fairy Ling and Gongsun Wuxie, who were staring at him, and said in human language, "These are the acacia saplings and acacia seeds. The saplings are planted in their bodies, while the seeds are in your hands. As long as you take out the seeds, their bodies and hearts will be under your control, and they will be willing to satisfy any of your requests." Su Yu was petrified on the spot, and as he looked at the two beautiful women, he was speechless. Both of them were beautiful and alluring, but why would Enmu think of helping Su Yu control them? "Oh, are you worried that they will break free? You don't need to worry, as I planted them with my own hands long ago. Even mortal fairies can't remove the acacia trees in their bodies," Enmu added. Su Yu asked, "Is it necessary to remove the acacia trees in their bodies?" Enmu asked in surprise, "Am I wrong? The mating partners of living beings other than humans are often changed. Isn't it reasonable to control them so that they won't betray you?" Su Yu blushed with shame. The Mu clan's people generally regarded humans as animals that easily became estrus. It would have been better if he hadn't mentioned it, as once he did, the two beautiful women were infuriated. "Wait, what mating partners did you say?" Gongsun Wuxie's small face flushed, and Fairy Ling's face was also flushed. They had assumed that Enmu had placed some kind of seal on their bodies, but it turned out to be such a despicable thing. Enmu asked Su Yu curiously, "The bronze man reported that you admitted that they are your mating partners. Did I misunderstand?" Su Yu cursed inwardly, but it was already too late to stop Enmu. "Ayaya, you old perverted thief. How could you be so shameless?" Gongsun Wuxie was so infuriated that her lungs were about to explode. He had actually lied to the tree men. It was their relationship that caused her to be placed with such a shameful seal. Fairy Ling's eyes were also spitting fire. "Su Yu's yarn. Even if I die, you can forget about occupying me." Su Yu was embarrassed. "It was the leader of the bronze tree men who wanted to kill you, and I had no choice but to tell him that you were important to me. In the end, he misunderstood me into this kind of relationship. What could I do? Should I just watch as you are dragged away and used as fertilizer?" When the two of them heard this, they recalled the scene where the leader of the bronze tree men had unexpectedly let them go, and they felt relieved. It was no wonder that Su Yu was stammering back then. "Then why aren't you telling him to hurry up and undo our seals?" Fairy Ling's entire body became hot. She thought about how she was being controlled by someone and how she could willingly offer herself at any time. She even had the thought of dying. On the other hand, Gongsun Wuxie hated Su Yu to the core. Nothing good would come out of having any interaction with this guy. Enmu furrowed his brows slightly. "Young man, these two females are so rude and unreasonable. I really don't like them. It doesn't matter if they were your mating partners in the past. Now that you have become their master, you can discipline them at any time." Su Yu blushed with shame. Both of them had extraordinary statuses, and if Su Yu really dared to touch them, what awaited him would be endless trouble. "Is it possible to remove the acacia tree?" "We're just friends," Su Yu said. Enmu sighed, then said, "It's a pity that I can't do anything about it. Once the acacia tree is planted, it can't be taken out. Only the acacia seed in your hand contains some poison, which can cause the acacia tree to wither and die, causing it to disappear from their bodies in the end. You just need to grind the acacia seed and feed it to them. However, it seems to me that these two females are hostile toward you. So, it's best that you don't do that before you're safe." Su Yu agreed with him. "Fine, I'll send you out of the forest." Enmu waved his sleeves and brought the three of them several thousand miles away. They crossed the desolate evil jungle and went to the periphery. Enmu looked at Su Yu and said, "If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can always come to the desolate evil jungle to seek shelter." "Thank you, Senior," Su Yu said. They weren't far from the outside world, and there wasn't any fog. So, they could easily reach the outside world. The three of them headed toward the outside world. After a short while, Su Yu got a glimpse of the outside world, which he hadn't seen in a long time. "Phew, we're finally out." "What are you doing?" Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief. All of a sudden, he felt a chill on his back, and he immediately rolled forward to avoid an attack from behind. When he turned his head to look, he saw that Fairy Ling's face was filled with cold killing intent. Gongsun Wuxie also crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked on coldly. What do you think we're doing? Our reputation and integrity can't be ruined by you. Hand over the 2 seeds, or else don't blame me for being impolite. Fairy Ling's expression was unnatural, and a hint of redness flickered across her face. Su Yu stood up straight and sneered. A middle-aged woman and an immature lowly. I really don't understand why you're so confident that I'm interested in you. My taste isn't limited to the Tree Men clan, which only knows males and females. So, you two shouldn't think too highly of yourselves. It would have been fine if he hadn't said it, but once he did, the two of them felt ashamed and resentful. Gongsun Wuxie was infuriated, and she said fiercely, You're talking about my body again. I won't forgive you. Fairy Ling was infuriated by the fact that Su Yu had called her a middle-aged woman. She was indeed middle-aged, but she still looked younger than a 30-year-old woman. Su Yu's words had struck both of their Achilles' heel at the same time. I'll tear you apart. Fairy Ling cried out in surprise as she pounced on Su Yu with her sword in hand. Gongsun Wuxie took out a few bottles of medicinal foam from her pocket. She was prepared to give Su Yu a good beating at any moment. You've probably forgotten something. Su Yu stood still, as he casually took out 2 seeds and imbued them with vital energy. The seeds suddenly heated up, while the small sapling mark on Fairy Ling and Gongsun Wuxie's foreheads shone with an emerald green light. The two of them quickly slowed down their movements, and there was a struggle in their eyes. Let's dance, Su Yu said. All of a sudden, the resistance in their eyes disappeared, and it was replaced by endless gentleness. Deep in their eyes, they looked at Su Yu affectionately. Their affectionate gestures touched Su Yu's heart for a moment, as if he could really feel their affection. At the same time, the two of them began to dance slowly. One of them was mature and alluring, and her snow-white legs were faintly discernible as her dress fluttered in the wind. As for Gongsun Wuxie, she was cute and nimble. She was like an adorable bunny, and people couldn't help but want to hug and caress her. Su Yu couldn't help but stare at such an alluring scene for a few seconds, and he muttered in a low voice, Isn't it good to be so gentle? Why do you have to be so fierce? Su Yu put away the seeds, and the two of them stopped dancing. When they realized what they had just done, the two women were extremely ashamed and infuriated. They clenched their teeth, and it seemed like they wanted to pounce on him and bite him to death. It was too shameful. Moreover, it was too terrifying. It was just as the silver-faced tree man had said. Both their hearts and bodies were being controlled by him. Deep in their hearts, they didn't resist him at all. If Su Yu wanted them, they would willingly throw themselves into his arms. This made them realize how grave the situation was. Hence, they didn't dare to attack him rashly. I've already told you not to act recklessly, Su Yu chuckled. He then said, Don't worry, after I'm safe, I'll give the seeds to the two of you. I don't want to be chased by you after I give them to you now. Goodbye. You're on your own now. Su Yu waved his hand at them, then swaggered away. When he reached the edge of the forest, he saw that the surroundings were desolate, and there were traces of a chaotic battle. The 18 blessed and heavenly lands and the Red Blood Palace must have gone through a great battle. Ah, teacher! A shout echoed from afar. It was Master Gao, and he was always followed by 2 or 3 level 4 divine masters. Judging from their movement techniques, they were all experts at escaping. They were protecting Master Gao closely, and they didn't leave his side. After all, Su Yu had gone missing in the desolate evil jungle for 2 days and 2 nights, so it was impossible for him to have survived. This was why Master Gao had become the 18 blessed and heavenly lands' only Wood Clan's language master. Teacher, it's great that you're fine. They all said that you wouldn't come back. Master Gao's face was filled with delight. I didn't expect that you could leave the desolate evil jungle alive. It's really a miracle. Su Yu waited for him to land, then said, I was lucky, so I'm fine. What happened after I left? Not long after you fell into the desolate evil jungle, Star's Plucker Old Monster stopped attacking and left with the Heavenly Knife Region's people. However, the Deputy General Manager and Monk Ju weren't willing to give up. After they returned to the city, they joined hands with the Blessed and Heavenly Lands people and fought a bloody battle against the Heavenly Knife Region's people. Star's plucker old monster didn't fight them head-on. He led the people of the Heavenly Knife region and retreated as they fought. All of them left Tianya City and, according to the agreement, left behind the shops that they had robbed over the years. Now that Star's plucker old monster had achieved his goal of killing Su Yu, there was no need for him to continue fighting with him. They were probably still waiting for a comeback. After all, Master Gao's level couldn't be compared to Qin Lin's. Teacher, follow me back to Tianya City. If the Deputy General Manager and Monk Ju learn that you are still alive, they will surely be overjoyed, Master Gao said. Knowing that Su Yu was still alive, how could they not be happy? In the future, there would be no suspense in Tianya City. No. Su Yu shook his head decisively. Star's plucker old monster retreated because I was already dead. If he learns that I came out alive, what do you think he will do? It was obvious that he would spare no expense to hunt Su Yu down. This is why I mustn't appear in Tianya City before I return to the Red Blood Palace. Moreover, I mustn't expose the fact that I am still alive. Master Gao, please keep this matter a secret for the time being. Su Yu cupped his fists at him. Master Gao patted his head and said, "Look at me. Teacher, you are the one who has considered everything. Haha, Master Su, you can set your mind at ease. Your safety is related to Tianya City's future, so how can we not know what is important? After you return to the Red Blood Palace, we will report your situation to the Deputy General Manager. Many thanks. I still have some matters to take care of, so I must wait here. You can leave first," Su Yu said as he waved his hand at them. Master Gao and the others bid farewell to Su Yu and left. Su Yu's eyes flickered as he entered the desolate evil jungle once again. He took out a communication pendant and muttered to himself, "It's strange. Doesn't Tianya Auction House want the flying guillotine, a demonic path supreme fairy artifact? Could it be that Fairy Ling was trapped in the desolate evil jungle and didn't have enough time to make a decision?" As Su Yu pondered this, he waited patiently in the jungle. After a day, a crisp beeping sound came from the communication pendant. Chapter 899. When he lowered his head to take a look, he saw a small line of words on the communication jade pendant. "A senior is willing to spend 100 million crystals to buy it. Are you willing?" Su Yu was obviously willing. The flying guillotine was a hot commodity, so he wanted to sell it as soon as possible. As for the price of 100 million crystals, it seemed to be a fair price based on Su Yu's understanding of the market. After all, not just anyone could take out 100 million crystals. Even Tianya City's entire wealth might not reach 100 million crystals, so the person who could buy the flying guillotine must be a heaven master. "I came to the desolate evil jungle to make the transaction," Su Yu said briefly. This was the safest place, as if the Tianya auction house didn't keep its promise, he could hide in the ancient bronze tree men's region. With Enmu and the 10,000 ancient bronze tree men there, even if all creation old monsters chased after him, they would surely die. After half a day, 3 people broke through the sandstorm and descended in front of the desolate evil jungle. They were Fairy Ling, Gongsun Wuxie, and a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes, who was wearing a red mask. The middle-aged man gave off an indescribable feeling. He was obviously right in front of them, yet he seemed to be far away. It was quite strange. How could it be such a coincidence? "It's here again." Gongsun Wuxie crossed her arms in front of her chest. Fairy Ling's expression was also quite unnatural. "Cliff Master," a silver-masked tree man placed a seal on the young Cliff Master in this jungle. "Cliff Master, please step forward and ask the tree man to remove the seal." The red-masked man in luxurious clothes was unexpectedly the severed fairy Cliff's master, who was also Gongsun Wuxie's father. "It's useless. It's just like what the silver-masked tree man said. Even a mortal fairy's power can't remove the seal, so it's useless to find it. Moreover, the depths of this jungle give me an uneasy feeling." Gongsun Wuxie said angrily, "Are we really going to be manipulated by that perverted thief?" "Perverted thief?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "If he was a perverted thief, would you still be able to come back so chaste? In my opinion, he's a cautious person, and he's only not handing over the seed because he's worried. After Wuxie returns to the faction, I'm sure he won't make things difficult for you. The middle-aged man didn't care. Fairy Ling, where is the person who made the transaction? Inform him to show himself. Fairy Ling nodded and took out her jade pendant. Just as she was about to contact Su Yu, the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes said calmly, "There is no need, as he has already come." A young man wearing a conical bamboo hat with long silver hair strode out from the depths of the forest. Fairy Ling was suspicious. Judging from his footsteps, he looked somewhat familiar. Gongsun Wuxie, on the other hand, was stunned for a moment. Then, her gloomy face revealed a look of pleasant surprise. "It's him. Father, Auntie, it's him." Fairy Ling looked at Gongsun Wuxie in astonishment. In her memory, her niece had rarely lost her composure like this. The middle-aged man looked over. "Oh, who is it?" "He's the guy who saved me in the 3 murders gang." Gongsun Wuxie's face was filled with delight, and she looked at Su Yu as if she had just met a long-lost friend. For the past month, every time she thought of that day, she couldn't help but guess the identity of the young man. When she was in danger, he bore the power of the curse for her. That scene was deeply engraved in his heart. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed and flashed with a hint of surprise. "It's him. Father, I'll go talk to him," Gongsun Wuxie said. The middle-aged man shook his head. "Don't go. Just leave it to me. Your Excellency, the crystals are here, but where's the fairy artifact?" The middle-aged man threw a ring between them. Fairy Ling's eyes flickered. Su Yu also took out a spatial ring and threw it between them. Then, they took each other's rings at the same time. The middle-aged man raised his hand casually, and the item flew into his palm. As for Su Yu, his right eye flickered, and the ring teleported into his palm. The middle-aged man raised his brows upon seeing this, and his grave expression became even more grave. An all-creation realm expert could teleport, but he couldn't teleport other items. These were 2 completely different concepts. Su Yu swept the crystals in the ring with his gaze and said calmly, "The number is correct." The middle-aged man also swept the flying guillotine in the ring and nodded. "It's a demonic path supreme fairy artifact. It's also correct. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave." Su Yu turned around and strode into the depths of the forest. Gongsun Wuxie wanted to chase after him, but she was stopped by the middle-aged man. "Farewell." After watching Su Yu leave, the middle-aged man waved his sleeves and took the 2 of them away. They landed in a barren desert. Fairy Ling furrowed her brows and asked, "Cliff Master, why did you let that person go? He dared to auction Mo Tianxuan's fairy artifact, so we should capture him and hand him over to Mo Tianxian. Why did you change your mind and make a deal with him?" The middle-aged man held the ring in his hand and smiled. "Because he's the one who saved Wuxie." "Because of him?" Fairy Ling understood. "No, it's because of him." The middle-aged man laughed. "Interesting. I didn't expect to see him in person." Gongsun Wuxie's eyes lit up. She was even more curious than Fairy Ling. Like a curious baby, she tugged at the middle-aged man's sleeves and asked, "Who is he, father?" The middle-aged man said, "Do you remember the news of Xue Di's death a year ago?" Fairy Ling replied immediately, "Of course I remember." The top all-creation expert under the Central Prefecture's king was chased by a demonic path expert for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, Xue Di was erased from the world. It said that he was a demonic path expert with blood-red hair and eyes. He was covered in a sea of blood and had an evil aura. Gongsun Wuxie had also heard a little about him. Xue Di is an all-creation expert who is close to the mortal fairy level. There aren't many in the Central Prefecture who can rival him. Unless the 9 great prefectures' kings and father attack him personally, no one can do anything to him. That demonic path expert is probably a peerless expert who is close to the mortal fairy level. It's highly possible that he will become the continent's new mortal fairy in the future. The middle-aged man laughed and said, "Yes, it's him. The entire Jojo continent is investigating his background, but no one has found any information." Gongsun Wuxie's eyes were full of longing. "He's indeed a great senior, but what does he have to do with the person who saved me?" "Of course they have nothing to do with each other, because they are the same person," the middle-aged man said. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Wuxie and Fairy Ling froze on the spot, as if they had been struck by a thunderbolt. Gongsun Wuxie was dumbfounded. Her small mouth opened so widely that an egg could be stuffed inside. You mean, the person who saved me? You mean, the demonic path expert with blood-red eyes and a body covered in a sea of blood? Fairy Ling was also extremely shocked. Cliff Master, it's impossible. Although we haven't seen this youth's face, he should have silver hair, and his aura isn't very strong. How can they be the same person? There's no need to doubt this. The half-blue, half-yellow ball in his hand is the evidence. That is actually one of the Ghost Clan's Great Emperor's 9 underworld pearls. It was shattered by Shinichen, and one of them was lost in the Jojo continent. Hence, there is only one of them. No matter how his appearance and cultivation have changed, we can still be sure that they are the same person. If your description is correct, the half-blue, half-yellow ball used by the person who saved you is the underworld pearl. Gongsun Wuxie and Fairy Ling were so shocked that they couldn't speak for a long time. This is also why I didn't capture him just now. With the current strength of my projection, it is highly likely that I will be destroyed by him, and you will be implicated as well. The middle-aged man revealed the whole story. Fairy Ling said, "It's no wonder that Mo Tianxuan's fairy artifact fell into the hands of an outsider. Only such a demonic path expert could possibly suppress Master Mo Tianxian." Mo Tianxian was also an extremely powerful existence in the Jojo continent, and she rarely met a worthy opponent below the mortal fairy realm. Now, it seemed like she was inferior to the demonic path expert who had killed Xue Di the moment he was born. I will personally ask Mo Tianxian about this matter, and I will return the fairy artifact while I am at it, the middle-aged man said. Judging from his tone, it seemed like he had a close relationship with Mo Tianxian. Gongsun Wuxie lowered her head, and her eyes were twinkling like little stars. She then said softly, "That demonic path expert saved me. Which woman in the world didn't admire peerless experts, especially those peerless experts who had interacted with them?" Half a day after they left, 5 golden suns streaked across the void and shone on the earth. 5 shining golden figures, each with a sun and moon crown on their head, occupied the sky coldly. They were the Golden Light Guards, the 5 peerless all-creations-old monsters who had chased after Suyu for half a year. Mo Tianxian had almost died at their hands. The 5 of them circled around the altar, then the youngest Golden Light Guard said, "Leader, we found the remnant traces of time power." Swoosh. 4 Golden Light Guards rushed over and surrounded a space. It was the space where Suyu had used his time power to freeze Huangue for 3 breaths' time. The 5 of them had unexpectedly traveled 10,000 miles to find this place. "It seems like the wanted criminal has been here before," the Golden Light Guard's leader said coldly. The youngest Golden Light Guard said, "Leader, this lad's whereabouts are erratic, and he doesn't follow any rules. He left a trace in the Elegant Spirit Mountain, and he left another one here. We can't determine his specific location, and it will be difficult to capture him just by relying on the remnant traces of time power." Their method of detecting the fluctuations of time power was quite inefficient, and they would usually only discover it after a long time. This was why they were often delayed. "Don't worry, as my heart tribulation fire will reach perfection in a month. At that time, I will be able to sense the tribulation fire left in that lad's body. No matter how far he runs, he won't be able to escape from my senses," the leader said. Delight appeared on the faces of the other Golden Light Guards. "Leader, you've finally mastered your divine technique. Now, that lad won't be able to escape." In the past, when Suyu was breaking through, they had attracted the tribulation fire, which only appeared when an all-creation old monster broke through, and Suyu's body and soul had almost been burned to ashes. Later, with Zishuan's help, they managed to get rid of most of the tribulation fire, but a small part of it still fused with Suyu's body. If the Golden Light Guard's leader could sense the tribulation fire in Suyu's body, then Suyu would be doomed. "We'll see the results in a month. He has been running for too long," the Golden Light Guard's leader said coldly. 10 days later, Suyu returned to the sanctum. Before he returned, Suyu's actions in Tianya City had already been spread to the sanctum. The outer sanctum knew about Suyu because of the supreme central demon. Now, all of the outer sanctum members were shocked by his great reputation in Tianya City. Now that he had returned, how could he not attract attention from all directions? After returning to the Demon Mountain, Su Yu felt an indescribable sense of familiarity as he looked at the familiar surroundings that he hadn't seen in a long time. Unknowingly, he had already begun to regard this place as his own home. However, the Demon Mountain was empty, and besides Bing Wuxin, who was in seclusion, Bai Shanliang and Tian Renyao had already left the sanctum after receiving a mission. Su Yu felt bored, so he pushed open the courtyard's gate and went back to his house. "You're back." A familiar voice drifted into his ears. Su Yu raised his head abruptly to see a beautiful woman in a purple dress. She was standing gracefully in the house, and she was smiling sweetly at him. Chapter 900. In the past, Zixuan had gone to the Yuling Mountain to investigate Su Yu's traces. She had been gone for several months, and she had assumed that she would never return. "I searched for a long time, but I still couldn't find Su Yu, so I came back," Zixuan said. She wore a matter-of-fact look on her face, as if this was her home. Su Yu smiled. "It's good that you're back. Will you continue to help me look for Su Yu?" Zixuan tilted her neck and asked with a smile. For some unknown reason, Su Yu felt like Zixuan was somewhat different, but he couldn't put into words what was different about her. "Of course." Su Yu stroked her head. Zixuan wrinkled her nose and didn't refuse. After dinner, the two of them were like long-lost friends, chatting and laughing. Shangguan Yunqiu rushed over. "Junior brother Su, you came back." When Shangguan Yunqiu got the news, he rushed over to look for Su Yu. Su Yu was quite fond of him, so he said, "Senior brother Yunqiu, come and have a seat with us." Shangguan Yunqiu cast a glance at Ari Zixuan and said, "Hehe, how can I disturb junior brother Su's happy occasion? I'm here on the orders of the Great Palace Lord to invite you to see him. I've already informed him of the news, so I won't disturb you anymore." In the outer sect, there was no doubt that Zixuan was the woman of Supreme Central Demon. With that, he ran away with a smirk on his face. Su Yu chuckled awkwardly. "Zixuan, don't mind him. He's just like that. Let's continue chatting. No, you should quickly go see the Grand Palace Master. Since his summoning you so urgently, there must be something important," Zixuan said. Su Yu had a strange feeling in his heart. It was as if he hadn't seen Zixuan for several months, and she wasn't as silly and adorable as she used to be. Instead, she seemed slightly more mature. "Oh, all right," Su Yu said. Zixuan paused for a moment, then said, "Right, someone sent a message, telling you to head to the immortal confining forest as soon as possible after you return. He has something to discuss with you." So mysterious. A figure appeared in Su Yu's mind. It was the silver-masked middle-aged man from the Severed Fairy Cliff. Now that Su Yu had collected enough crystals, it was time to start collecting real dragon spirit veins through the Severed Fairy Cliff. "Fine, I'll take my leave first," Su Yu said, then proceeded toward the Great Palace Master's main palace. When Su Yu arrived, there were already two people sitting there. Su Yu even knew one of them. It was Wei Zheng from the Left Palace Master's camp. He had once invited Su Yu to join his camp, but Su Yu had rejected him. The other person was a woman in palace attire. Her snow-white neck was slightly raised as she sized Su Yu up. The Great Palace Master, who was dressed in a blue robe, closed his eyes and rested. It was only after Su Yu entered that he opened his eyes and chuckled softly. "You have come. Sit down." Su Yu cupped his fists at him and asked, "May I know why the Great Palace Master summoned me?" He glanced at Wei Zheng and the woman from the corner of his eyes. "I didn't summon you here because I have business to attend to. It's them who have business to attend to. You guys can talk and pretend that I don't exist." The Great Palace Lord closed his eyes to rest. Su Yu had a strange look on his face. What was going on? Wei Zheng smiled and said, "Junior brother Su, long time no see. Your cultivation has improved greatly. You managed to advance to the level 5 fairy realm in such a short time." It was obvious that he wanted to mend his relationship with Su Yu. "Yes, I was just lucky," Su Yu replied. He didn't want to waste any more time talking to Wei Zheng. Wei Zheng felt bored. He looked at the woman in the palace attire beside him and introduced her. "Ahem, junior brother Su, let me introduce you. This is senior sister Bai, the youngest daughter of the left palace master. Junior brother Su, I'm Bai Zuoling. My father has heard about your victory over Jian Wusheng, so he specially ordered me to invite you to join the inner sanctum for a chat. In this way, you can skip the standard of becoming an almighty and enter the inner sanctum to further your studies. Such a great opportunity doesn't come by every day. Bai Zuoling's tone was just like a human's. It was condescending, as if she was giving Su Yu charity. Is she trying to pull me into the camp again? Su Yu said, thank you for the left palace master's kindness, and thank you, senior sister Bai, for coming all the way from the inner sanctum. But I've already made up my mind. I won't consider joining any camp for the time being. Bai Zuoling was displeased. Junior brother Su, you have to think it through. It's not that easy to break through to the Almighty. There's only 1 in 100. The opportunity to enter the inner sanctum will increase your chances of success. If you stay in the outer sanctum, you'll be stuck at the 9th grade fairy forever. You'll be holding yourself back. Su Yu closed his eyes. Thank you for your kindness, senior sister, but I've made up my mind. Having been rejected twice, Bai Zuoling couldn't help but feel annoyed. He didn't give her any face at all. As the youngest daughter of the left palace master, she always got what she wanted in the inner sanctum. No matter what kind of genius you were, you'd have to give her face when you saw her. She thought that if she invited him personally, Su Yu would consider it on account of her high status. Who would have thought that he would be so hard to deal with? Su Yu, don't you know what's good for you? Yes, you did defeat Jian Wusheng's virtual shadow, but that was when you were merely a 3rd grade fairy. It's hard to say whether you can break through to the Almighty in this lifetime. It's too early for you to be so arrogant now. Bai Zuoling was furious. Su Yu didn't open his eyes. He calmly said, if senior sister is here to quarrel, forgive me for not keeping you company. As he spoke, Su Yu was about to leave. Humph. There's no need, I'm leaving. Wei Zheng, let's go. Such an arrogant disciple won't amount to much even if he joins my father's camp. There's no need to waste time on him. Bai Zuoling's pretty eyes were burning with anger as she stood up. Wei Zhang groaned inwardly. Why did he send this unruly young lady to handle this matter? Originally, the left palace master had appointed a calm, gentle, and reasonable senior sister. However, Bai Zuoling somehow overheard that they were going to invite Su Yu. Without the consent of the left palace master, she secretly followed them and talked to Su Yu in her senior sister's place. However, she wasn't talking. Even Wei Zheng would be filled with rage if he were her. Senior sister Bai, don't act on impulse. The left palace master values him very much. It'll be hard to report back, Wei Zheng said hurriedly. Unfortunately, Miss Bai Zuoling lost her temper and flared up on the spot. She didn't give Wei Zheng any face. Report back. I don't believe that my father's camp lacks a fairy genius. I'll think about it when he reaches the almighty level. Humph. After that, she flung her sleeves and left. Wei Zheng's mouth was full of bitterness, but he could only follow along to comfort her. After they left, Su Yu let out a breath. Great Palace Master, if there's nothing else, can I go now? He somewhat understood why the Great Palace Master had summoned him. If an ordinary person invited Su Yu to join the inner sanctum, they could discuss it among themselves. How could they alarm the Great Palace Master? But the one who came was the left Palace Master's youngest daughter, so he had to give her face and summon Su Yu personally. The Great Palace Master lifted his eyelids and snorted. It's still early. Clatter. From the back of the Great Hall, another 2 groups of people walked out and sat on either side of the Great Palace Master. Su Yu knew one group, and the other group was a complete stranger. Cough, junior brother Su, congratulations on your great improvement in cultivation. Laro Ari coughed to break the atmosphere. Su Yu glanced at him. This person had tried to kill him secretly more than twice, like a poisonous snake. How could he have a good attitude? Disappointed. I didn't get to die outside as you wished. When Division Vice Master Qi tried to kill him, Laro Ari must have been behind it. Su Yu didn't plan to let this matter go so easily. It's all in the past. Junior brother, why do you still care about it? A flirtatious voice echoed in his ears. When Su Yu turned his head to look, he saw that it was a woman wearing a thin gown. She had a curvaceous body, a pair of snow-white, perfectly round legs, and a voluptuous figure. Although her chest was covered by a thin veil, her alluring outline could still be seen. She had a delicate face, which was charming and delicate. Suyu had never had a good impression of such a woman, so how could he be seduced? It's not up to you to decide whether to go or not, but it's up to me, Suyu said calmly. He then turned to look at the other two people, a man and a woman. Did you two also come here to look for me? Suyu asked. The two of them nodded. Yes, we were sent by Junior Sister Bing, and we want to invite you to the inner palace. Junior Sister Bing wants to see you alone. Suyu asked, why? Junior Sister, he furrowed her brows slightly. She didn't like Suyu's tone. You defeated Jen Wusheng's virtual shadow, so Junior Sister Bing wants to challenge you. Then let her come over herself, instead of me going over, Suyu said calmly. Junior Sister, he raised her brows. You, an outer sanctum disciple, are so rude. Junior Sister Bing is in seclusion all year round, and outsiders can't even get a chance to see her. If you didn't defeat Jen Wusheng, would you be qualified to see her? Hearing this, Suyu's face became impatient. If you like this face, you can keep it for yourself. I don't think that sending myself to be challenged is something to be proud of. If you don't have anything else to say, please leave. I still have something to discuss with these two people. Junior Sister, he laughed angrily. When she was about to argue, Senior Brother Lu, who was next to her, held her back. He said with a smile, Junior Brother Su, please calm down. I'm just a straightforward person, so please don't be angry. I still want to talk to you. You can deal with them first if you have something to do. Suyu looked at him and nodded his head. Tell me, why are you two looking for me? Suyu looked at Laro Ari and the charming woman again. Both of them were in the right palace master's camp. Did they want Suyu to join their camp? It seemed that, after defeating Jen Wusheng's virtual shadow, although Suyu had immediately left the faction to carry out a mission to avoid trouble, he still had to face it now. The charming woman giggled. Isn't it obvious? The right palace master is a person who appreciates talents. We won't be like that arrogant Miss Bai, who wantonly spoils a talent like Junior Brother Su. Laro Ari snorted inwardly. What's the point? If Su Yuxian wanted to join, he would have chosen to join the inner sanctum long ago. Persuading him now would be useless, especially since it was impossible for him to join the right palace master's camp. Sure, Suyu said calmly, surprising everyone. Laro Ari was shocked. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Senior Brother Lu and Junior Sister, he were also slightly surprised. Su Yuxian and some of the influences in the right palace master's camp were enemies. Why would he join the right palace master's camp? The great palace master opened his eyes slightly and looked at Suyu in surprise. The charming woman's face lit up. Hihi, I knew that Junior Brother Su was a sensible person. Hold on. I have a request to join the right palace master's camp, Suyu said. A request? The charming woman was inwardly displeased. Who wouldn't be grateful to be invited to join the right palace master's camp? Chapter 901. My request is very simple. Since he wants to invite me to join the right palace master's camp, please deal with Laro Ari and the related members of the Shao family first. When they are expelled from the right palace master's camp, I will join his camp, Suyu said. The charming woman's face stiffened, and a hint of anger appeared on her face. She felt that Suyu was toying with her. Slap. Laro Ari slammed the table and stood up. Su Yuxian, don't be so arrogant. Didn't you just defeat Jen Wusheng? Wait until you break through to the almighty level, then think of dealing with me. No matter how outstanding he was only a fairy. Too many fairy geniuses died of old age without crossing the threshold of the almighty. Suyu stared at him from the corner of his eyes. Why wait for me to break through to the almighty level? It's a piece of cake to deal with you now. If Suyu could only be considered arrogant before, then he was now boundlessly arrogant. The great palace master couldn't help but look at Suyu again. How could this kid be so confident? Laro Ari laughed angrily. The conflict between him and Suyu did not escape the right palace master's ears, And he also knew that Su Yu had defeated Jian Wuxing's virtual shadow, so he valued Su Yu greatly. The result was obvious. He was punished to leave the faction for half a year and guard the faction's border. What did this mean? It meant that he would leave the faction's core and die at the border in the future. He did this to make room for Su Yu. In other words, the Right Palace Master valued Su Yu more than Laroari. Not only that, but the Right Palace Master also ordered him to apologize to Su Yu in person. He must obtain Su Yu's forgiveness and invite him back to the faction. Otherwise, the consequences would be even more severe. He was already angry and extremely resentful towards Su Yu, but Su Yu had repeatedly shown no mercy and looked like he would not rest until he was dead. How could he tolerate this? Su Yu Xian, do you want to settle the score with me? Laroari laughed angrily. I'll give you a chance, as long as you have the guts. Su Yu stood up slowly, unafraid of Laroari's aura. He said calmly, speak. Laroari laughed hideously. It's very simple. Fight with me. The Great Palace Master's eyes shone as he said coldly, nonsense. The faction strictly prohibits inner and outer sanctum disciples from competing with each other unless there are special circumstances. Otherwise, they will be severely punished. Laroari smiled miserably. Is a severe punishment more serious than banishing me to the border and making me guard it? This is all I can do for the rest of my life. I can't go back to the faction to further my studies, and I can't receive the Right Palace Master's guidance anymore. Since this is the case, why should I endure it? Laroari had no choice but to give in. He decided to vent the resentment in his heart before he left. The Grand Palace Master said coldly, when you make a move, it will be the time for me to punish you. Laroari chuckled. I didn't say that I would break the faction's rules and attack. Shua Laroari took out a badge from his palm. It was engraved with a fish dragon pattern. It was the fish dragon badge. This is the fish dragon token I got from the 70th floor. It gives me the privilege to challenge anyone, from the elders of the sect to the lowest level. Laroari revealed a hideous smile at the corners of his mouth. The carp leaping over the dragon gate was a mystical place. The privileges one obtained were often above the sect's rules. The cold light in the Grand Palace Master's eyes shrank, and he said word by word, do you really want to do that? In other words, Laroari wanted to offend him, the Right Palace Master, the Left Palace Master, and all the influences that were paying attention to Su Yu. Now, every influence in the faction wanted to recruit Su Yu. If Laroari dared to cause any harm to Su Yu during the challenge, they wouldn't let Laroari off easily. Humph, it's already come to this, so what else do I care about? You forced me to do this. Laroari was almost possessed, and he looked at Su Yu coldly. Su Yu Xian, I'll ask you one question. Do you dare to fight with me? The Grand Palace Master kept signaling Su Yu with his eyes to keep his cool. Was there any suspense in the fight between a first-grade almighty and a fifth-grade fairy? However, Su Yu didn't seem to notice it at all, and he asked, where? Laroari couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile. Right at the square outside the sanctum. What time? You decide. I'll give you some time to catch your breath. Let's do it now, then, Su Yu said casually. When he finished speaking, he stood up and left the main palace, walking toward the square. Laroari smiled coldly, and the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile as he strode after him. Senior brother Lu and junior sister he also stood up one after another. Humph, this Su Yu Xian is so savage. Fine, I'll see how Laroari embarrasses him. Junior sister he snorted. Senior brother Lu furrowed his brows slightly. It's fine if he embarrasses him, but I'm worried that Laroari will take the opportunity to harm Su Yu, such as crippling his cultivation. Junior sister he was shocked at first, but she immediately said coldly, he deserves it. Maybe this is also good. If he cripples his cultivation at Laroari's hands, junior sister Bing can focus on her training without wasting time. The Grand Palace Master sighed silently, then followed them with his hands clasped behind his back. At the crucial moment, he would still save Su Yu and prevent him from being poisoned by Laroari. A group of people walked toward the square, including the Grand Palace Master and Su Yu Xian, who was like the sun in the sky. How could the students of the sanctum not pay attention to them? Many people realized that something was going on, so they followed them. Hence, when they arrived at the square outside the sanctum, thousands of people gathered around them. What are they doing? I don't know. Let's just watch. Laroari and Su Yu walked to the center of the square, and the people who followed them automatically made way for them. They finally understood what was going on. It can't be. Are they going to fight? An inner sanctum student and an outer sanctum student, a 5th grade fairy and an almighty divine master. The crowd was at a loss. They couldn't understand such a great disparity in power. Laroari crossed his arms in front of his chest and sneered coldly. I'm curious. Why did you dare to agree? You knew that you were courting death, yet you still dared to face it. He didn't hide his sinister purpose at all. Even if he didn't kill Su Yu, he would cripple him. Su Yu stood 5,000 feet away from him calmly. He then said calmly, we'll know who's courting death after the fight. Hehe, of course it's you. Laroari took 2 steps toward Su Yu. Suddenly, his figure became fuzzy, and he immediately attacked without announcing the start of the fight. Such behavior made the onlookers curse him in their hearts, as he was too shameless. It's over, Su Yu. In an instant, Laroari attacked Su Yu with the movement technique of a 1st grade almighty. His 5 fingers formed a claw, and he reached for Su Yu's abdomen. He really planned to cripple Su Yu. Sizzle. However, Laroari's strike, which he had full confidence in, was unexpectedly emptied. Is that so? An indifferent voice suddenly appeared above his head. Laroari's whole body shook. When he looked up, his pupils couldn't help but contract. A pair of wings that were condensed from flames were flapping behind Su Yu's back. The heat emanating from those wings was enough to turn Laroari into ashes. The great palace master's face fell, and he bellowed in a deep voice, all outer sanctum students, retreat. Even a spark from that kind of flame could kill any fairy strong men. He hadn't seen Su Yu for a month, yet he had actually obtained such a powerful flame. Laroari's heart skipped a beat, and he felt an indescribable fear deep in his heart. That kind of flame was too terrifying. The anger in his heart was instantly extinguished by a basin of ice water. His whole body quivered, and he completely regained his composure. The competition ends here, I admit. As Laroari spoke, he moved toward the crowd. He was secretly frightened, and he wondered, when did Su Yu master such a terrifying technique this time? It seems like I have to investigate this thoroughly before dealing with him. There's no need to take the risk. Laroari was a person who planned before taking action, and he was sinister and unpredictable. After calming down, he decided to make a long-term plan. Anyway, he wouldn't let go of this grievance just like that. However, before he could finish speaking, a whiff of high temperature assaulted him. Before he could react, a piercing pain erupted from his abdomen. The tremendous force sent Laroari flying backward, crashing into the center of the plaza, and creating a deep pit. My dantian. Laroari clutched his abdomen, which was bleeding profusely. His dantian had been completely penetrated. Without the miraculous elixirs, he would be a cripple who had lost his cultivation for the rest of his life. None of the outer sanctum students saw the whole process clearly. Only the great palace master had a grave look in his eyes. He clearly saw Su Yu fly toward Laroari with the speed of a 5th grade almighty, and stab a golden short sword into his abdomen with ease. From the beginning to the end, Laroari didn't even realize that his cultivation had been destroyed. Swish. Su Yu left a series of scarlet afterimages behind him, and the wings on his back gradually retracted. He then said calmly, "What did you say just now?" "Admit defeat." "Oh, why didn't you say so earlier?" "I couldn't stop myself in time." "I'm sorry." After he spoke, he turned around and left the crowd. When he passed by senior brother Lu and junior sister He glanced at them and said, "Let's find a place to continue our discussion." Junior sister His expression was extremely stiff, and her delicate body was shivering slightly. She quickly averted her eyes, not daring to look Su Yu in the eye. Her fighting prowess was almost on par with Laroari, but Laroari's cultivation had been destroyed by Su Yu without even facing him. As she recalled the dispute she had with Su Yu, She felt a chill run down her spine. Senior brother Lu's expression was also quite unnatural, and he forced himself to smile. Junior brother Su, we have another important matter to report to junior sister Bing, so we'll take our leave first. As he spoke, he pulled junior sister He, whose body was stiff, and left hurriedly. A 5th grade fairy from the outer sanctum had destroyed a 1st grade almighty from the inner sanctum. This was an earth-shattering news, and it had to be brought to the inner sanctum immediately, no matter what. The great palace master's eyes shone brightly. Su Yu had exceeded his expectations time and time again. When he was a 3rd grade fairy, he had defeated Xiao Qingfeng, who was an 8th grade fairy. When he was a 5th grade fairy, he had destroyed Laro Ari, who was a 1st grade almighty. The speed at which his fighting prowess rose was simply nature-defying. Laro Ari was ruthless, and he wanted to destroy Su Yuxian's cultivation, while Su Yuxian defended himself. He brought this upon himself, and Su Yuxian is innocent, the great palace master announced calmly. Self-defense. Everyone shuddered with fear, as Laro Ari had already admitted defeat, yet Su Yu had still chased after him and destroyed his cultivation. How could this be described as self-defense? However, who would argue with the great palace master for a person whose cultivation had been destroyed? Moreover, Laro Ari was a narrow-minded, sinister, and vicious person. So, most people were happy that his cultivation had been destroyed, and no one had any objections. Su Yuxian has already surpassed the 4 great demons, hasn't he? A disciple exhaled deeply, his eyes filled with excitement and longing. The outer sanctum's number 1 is undoubtedly him. Today's battle had shaken the entire Red Blood Palace, as Su Yu's terrifying ability to easily destroy a 1st grade almighty had established him as the outer sanctum's number 1. Su Yu, who was the outer sanctum's number 1, had sneakily left the sanctum and headed straight for the fairy confining forest. At the entrance of the 100 Beasts Valley, Su Yu surveyed his surroundings. Elder, I'm already here. Why don't you show yourself? Haha, I thought you had already forgotten about me. A soft laugh came from within the valley, as a silver-masked middle-aged man strode out. He was the holder of the Blue Qianya Order, and he was in charge of the nearby Purple Severed Fairy Cliff members. Greetings, Elder. I was working outside, and I only received your message when I returned recently. Su Yu cupped his hands in greeting. The silver-masked man hid his hands in his sleeves. How is it? Have you really decided to buy the real spirit dragon veins? Su Yu nodded. What's the market price? The silver-masked man was surprised, as he thought to himself, does this lad really have the financial resources to buy it? The price is uncertain. The real spirit dragon veins are almost non-existent in the market, and no one will sell them. I'll post a task, and if someone is willing to sell it, they will contact me. They will decide the price, the silver-masked man said. Su Yu nodded, then took out a space ring and threw it to the silver-masked man. There are 10 million crystals in here. Elder, please post a task for me. The highest price is 2 million crystals per vein, and if the price is higher than that, you can ignore it. 1,000. 10 million. 10 million. The silver-masked man's pupils shrank as he caught the ring and glanced at it. The shock in his heart was indescribable. In just a month, this lad really managed to get such a huge amount of crystals. How could he do it? Aren't you afraid that I'll swallow the crystals? The silver-masked man's eyes flickered. Su Yu said calmly, you won't. Besides being hunted by the Severed Fairy Cliff, you'll lose a big employer. This isn't a good deal. The Severed Fairy Cliff was extremely strict with its members. If the crystals were easily taken away, the reputation of the Severed Fairy Cliff would have been ruined. How could it be as prosperous as it was now? The silver-masked man laughed. It's a bad deal indeed. I've received the crystals, and I'll post a task for you immediately. There should be news within 3 months, but I can't guarantee how much I'll receive. Thank you, Elder. Su Yu cupped his hands in greeting. It's my duty, the silver-masked man said. See you next time, interesting lad. When he finished speaking, he took to the air and left. Su Yu watched him leave, then turned around and prepared to go back to the faction. However, just as Su Yu took a step forward, he retracted it and looked back abruptly. What he saw made Su Yu's pupils shrink to the size of a needle. There was a golden sun reflected in his eyes. In the sun, a figure was faintly discernible. The figure's head was surrounded by a sun and moon crown. Su Yu took a light breath, then said word by word, "Gold. Light. Guard." Before he turned around, there was no one on the stone, but after he turned around, there was a golden light guard. It was so mysterious and unpredictable, appearing without a sound. It was his archenemy, the golden light guard. "Lad, so you're hiding in the Red Blood Palace. It's been hard to find you," the golden light guard said slowly, his voice shaking the leaves in the sky. Whiffs of terrifying energy shot out from the golden light guard's eyes. Su Yu was shocked. Why did the golden light guard find him? Also, when did he come here? There was no aura at all. Was it the silver-masked man? Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that the golden light guard appeared right after he left? However, he didn't have time to think about it. The golden light guard had been hunting him ever since he came to the Jojo continent. Chapter 902. Sensing the powerful suppression in his opponent's gaze, Su Yu used the power of time without hesitation, speeding up the surrounding time by several times. Swoosh. Before the gaze could reach him, Su Yu dodged it. At the same time, he flipped his palm, holding the underworld pearl in his left hand and a leaf in his right. Since he was facing an all-creation old monster, he would be courting death if he held back. It was highly possible that he would be killed by the all-creation old monster before he could retrieve the treasure. Hence, Su Yu decided to strike first. The underworld pearl would protect him, and the leaf would kill the golden light guard. The golden light guard looked at Su Yu from afar, standing on a rock. He did not attack, but stood there for a long time. "It's really you," the golden light guard said in a voice that even he could not hear. Su Yu's eyes lit up, and he took the opportunity to instill vital energy into the leaf. However, what puzzled him was that the golden light guard did not attack. After standing there for a few breaths, he broke through the void and left. Su Yu was startled. What happened? Did he escape because he sensed the danger of the tree god's original life leaf? After waiting for a long time to confirm that the golden light guard had left and was not hiding nearby, Su Yu put away the two treasures. His heart was filled with doubts. He had thought that it would be a life-and-death battle, but it had ended so quickly. The golden light guard and him were irreconcilable enemies, so he was surprised that it had ended so easily. Su Yu flew back to the Demon Mountain with doubts in his mind. Back in the house, Su Yu was lost in thought. Although he had escaped unscathed, he still felt uneasy. The golden light guard had found out that he was hiding in the Red Blood Palace. Creak. Zishuan pushed the door open and entered. She glanced at Su Yu and asked, "Is that mysterious man looking for you?" Su Yu replied subconsciously, "Yes, I'm fine." Su Yu could not help but raise his eyes and ask, "How did you know that I went to meet him?" "I was nearby when you were fighting Laro Ari. When I returned to the house, you didn't come back. Most likely, you went to meet that mysterious man," Zishuan said, blinking her eyes. Su Yu did not think too much about it. "Recently, I decided to enter the illusory fighting room to train in isolation. Firstly, I need to refine some things, and secondly, I need to avoid some unnecessary entanglements." After the Bright Light Guard's provocation, Su Yu decided to comprehend the Five Elements Mysteries art and master the Five Elements Divine Prison as much as he could. Moreover, by doing so, he could avoid endless troubles. The effect of defeating Jian Wusheng was still lingering. Zixuan nodded obediently. "Yes, I'm going to search through the faction once more to confirm Su Yu's whereabouts. If I can't find him, I might intend to give up." "It's fine if you give up. You've already wasted enough time, so don't delay your training," Su Yu said. He didn't know why, but even though he could heave a sigh of relief, he still felt guilty. Was it really good to keep lying? Zishuan was a pure and ignorant girl. "I heard from Sister Bing that you're going to participate in the Glittering Jewel Wonderland, and you're collecting merit points, right?" Zishuan asked. Su Yu nodded. As the Tonglin Elixir Store's shopkeeper, he had earned 200,000 merit points. Then, he had participated in the Desolate Evil Jungle's sacrificial offering, which had earned him 100,000 merit points. He was still far from his goal of 4 million contribution points. Is it still not enough? After you go into seclusion, I'll help you keep an eye on the missions in the Hall of Missions. I hope I can help you. Zixuan said, when I was outside, you were the only one who helped me. Silly girl, what are you talking about? Suyu rubbed her head. Back then, you saved my life. Isn't it reasonable for me to take care of you? Zixuan didn't resist. Before long, Suyu entered the illusory fighting room, entered the secret chamber, and started to train in silence. After he went into seclusion, the alluring cabinet master and Xueqi came to look for Suyu, but they returned after learning that his seclusion had been fruitless. Every day, there would be students from the inner sanctum who wished to meet Suyu, and many of them wanted to challenge him. In the inner sanctum. In the study room of the left palace master's mansion. A middle-aged man in plain clothes was quietly reading a thick scroll in his hands. Left palace master, Wei Zhang is back, a servant reported. The middle-aged man put down the scroll and said, ask him to come and see me now. Before long, Wei Zhang and Bai Zuoling came to the study room together. Wei Zhang's face was full of anxiety, and he bowed to pay his respects, not daring to get up. Wei Zhang pays his respects to the left palace master. Bai Zuoling giggled, and obediently massaged the middle-aged man's shoulders. The middle-aged man looked at Wei Zhang and Bai Zuoling, and said, Wei Zhang, did Suyu not agree to your request? He was observant, and Wei Zhang's expression told him the answer. Wei Zhang's face was full of bitterness, and he stole a glance at Bai Zuoling, feeling wronged. It's Wei Zhang's incompetence, and I didn't persuade Suyu. He was completely taking the blame for Bai Zuoling. The middle-aged man tilted his head to look at Bai Zuoling, and he had already guessed most of the matter. It was most likely his daughter who had gone there and ruined things. Father, I don't think that Suyu is good enough. He's only a 5th-grade fairy, and yet he's so arrogant and reckless. How can he go far on the path of martial arts with such a temperament? Bai Zuoling glared at Wei Zheng, implying that there was nothing to be afraid of. If he had defeated Jian Wuxing's virtual shadow with the cultivation of an almighty, his arrogance would be understandable, but what's so great about defeating Jian Wuxing when she was a 3rd-grade fairy? It's hard to say if he could break through the almighty level in this lifetime. We don't need such a dispensable genius. The middle-aged man's face darkened when he heard that. Foolish. His soft yell made Wei Zheng hold his breath, and Bai Zuoling's palms trembled in fear. His potential is certainly eye-catching, but what I value more is his performance in Tianya City. The middle-aged man turned to glare at Bai Zuoling. It's nothing to defeat Jian Wuxing when she was a 3rd-grade fairy, but he's proficient in Mu words, and he's a master of his generation. Where else can we find such a person? It's said that the great general manager of Tianya City, who is in isolation, admires Suyu very much, and intends to recommend him to the skyscraping palace master as a registered disciple, so that Suyu can have an identity and ensure his safety. In the future, after Deputy General Manager Wu retires, he will recommend Suyu to be the Deputy General Manager. I don't need to explain how much benefit a Deputy General Manager of Tianya City can bring to our camp in Tianya City, right? These were all secrets that outsiders didn't know, and Wei Zheng's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Bai Zuoling realized the gravity of the situation. It seemed like that fellow was really important. Linger, oh Linger, you're the one who's arrogant and willful, and you've made him unhappy, haven't you? The middle-aged man was well aware of his daughter's character, so he reprimanded her. Bai Zuoling felt wronged, and muttered, I don't know either. Who asked him to be so arrogant? He thinks he's so great with such little qualifications. Of course he's great, at least his qualifications are better than yours, the middle-aged man said angrily, seeing that she was quibbling. Bai Zuoling felt even more wronged. Usually, her father doted on her, but today, for the sake of an outsider, he was reprimanding her repeatedly. Isn't he just proficient in Mu words? What's so great about that? He still has to rely on the faction's protection. If he's in danger, he still needs us to save him. Hihi, is that so? It's true that he needs the faction's protection, but he doesn't need your protection. If he's in danger, he'll be the one protecting you, not you, the middle-aged man said. Bai Zuoling said angrily, I have the cultivation of a 1st-grade almighty, and I need a 5th grade fairy to protect me. Father, it's fine if you see his value, but do you have to belittle your daughter in martial arts? She was getting more and more furious. On your way back, someone from the outside sanctum informed me that Laro Ari used his privilege to challenge Su Yu. Guess what the outcome was? The middle-aged man said with a cold face. Wei Yizheng shuddered. Since the left palace master mentioned it, the outcome must be unusual. Could it be that he withstood many blows? Wei Yizheng probed. He was shocked. How long has it been, and is already able to fight with an almighty? Bai Zuoling was nonchalant. What else can he do? At most, he withstood a few more blows. If it were me, Humph, I'd beat him to a pulp with a single blow. Yes, they did decide the outcome with a single blow, but it was he who crippled Laro Ari's cultivation. Linger, how much higher is your cultivation than Laro Ari's? The middle-aged man asked. What? Crippled Laro Ari with a single blow? How is that possible? Could it be that Laro Ari's strength was specially restricted during the fight? Wei Yizheng sucked in a breath of cold air. The middle-aged man said, Laro Ari wanted to cripple his cultivation, but he failed. Instead, his cultivation was crippled with a single blow. There were no restrictions, and it was an open fight. Bai Zuoling was dumbfounded. She murmured, no way. A 5th grade fairy crippled a 1st grade almighty with a single blow. How could? That's why I said that you've ruined everything. Regardless of his potential in martial arts or his future value, he's a rare talent, the middle-aged man said. Wei Yizheng thought for a moment, then said, I'm willing to go to the outer sanctum again to redeem myself. You must convince Su Yuxian to agree. The middle-aged man sighed. It's too late. Before defeating Laro Ari, we still had a chance. Now, all the elders in the inner sanctum know that there are countless people who want to take Su Yuxian as a disciple. There are some elders in the inner sanctum that I don't want to offend easily. Hearing this, Bai Zuoling was even more speechless. In the camp of the right palace master, a burly middle-aged man with a dark face was sullen. Su Yuxian doesn't take me seriously, does he? The dark gold middle-aged man was the right palace master, and he was very displeased. He had asked Laro Ari to invite Su Yu personally and banished Laro Ari to the border, which was a show of respect for Su Yu. In the end, not only did Su Yu not accept his good intentions, but he also crippled Laro Ari. Palace Master, let me meet this arrogant man. He has caused countless troubles for our Shao family. A white-haired youth with a strong murderous aura said. He was the genius disciple that the Shao family was most proud of. He had entered the inner sanctum many years ago and was very famous. In the inner sanctum, he was ranked among the top 10 experts, and his cultivation had reached the 8th grade almighty. Chuanguang, you should prepare for the glittering jewel wonderland in 5 months. You don't have to fight Su Yuxian personally, the dark gold middle-aged man said. Moreover, Su Yuxian's status is not the same as before. He's related to the 18 blessed and heavenly lands and the heavenly knife region's interests and reputation in Tianya City. You mustn't touch him. Yes. Shao Chuanguang bowed, but his eyes flickered with a cold light and murderous intent. Tianya City. On this day, the Elixir Alliance was filled with colorful lights, and celebrations were everywhere. This was because Alliance Master Zhao, one of the 2 Alliance Masters who had been in isolation for a long time, had come out. He called for a meeting and went to the Red Blood Palace's headquarters to meet the Deputy General Manager. Oh! Alliance Master Zhao, your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. The Deputy General Manager greeted him with a smile. The Deputy General Manager didn't dare to look down on the Elixir Alliance. This group of alchemists had a vast network, and they didn't dare to offend them. After exchanging greetings for a while, Alliance Master Zhao stated his purpose for coming here. Deputy General Manager Wu, dare I ask, there is a shopkeeper under your jurisdiction named Su Yuxian? I don't know which elixir store he works in, but he saved my mischievous granddaughters a month ago. I still haven't thanked him, so I want to pay him a visit today. The Deputy General Manager had heard about this matter, and he couldn't help but think that Su Yuxian was really lucky, as he had unknowingly become friends with someone like Alliance Master Zhao. Alliance Master Zhao, you really didn't come at the right time. Su Yuxian's term ended half a month ago, and he has already returned to the faction, the deputy general manager said. I see. Alliance Master Zhao stroked his beard and said, fine, I'll go to the Red Blood Palace personally. I owe them a favor, so it's difficult for me to make elixirs carefully. Also, I haven't seen your faction's old man Gui for many years, so I'll go there to exchange pointers. I'll also send him news about that traitor. In the Red Blood Palace. Chapter 903. Tianxian, I will return the fairy artifact to you. A well-dressed middle-aged man stood in front of her. Mo Tianxian said with a cold face, 100 million crystals, I don't owe you a favor. The well-dressed middle-aged man did not refuse. He grabbed the space ring with a smile, turned around, and said with a smile, haha, Tianxian is still prejudiced against me. Cut the crap. Where's the old man who stole my fairy artifact? Give him to me, Mo Tianxian said, her eyes shining. That old man was the only mysterious person who could dissolve the extreme evil ghost energy in her body. Old man? The well-dressed middle-aged man said thoughtfully, wasn't the one who stole your fairy artifact the ruthless demonic man who killed Shui Di? I thought you lost your fairy artifact because you fought with him. How could it have been stolen by an old man? Mo Tianxian blushed, but she quickly hid it. She squinted and said, you mean, my fairy artifact was sold by that ruthless demonic man? The well-dressed middle-aged man nodded. That's strange. Could it be that the ruthless demonic man stole the old man's treasure? If so, is that old man still alive? Mo Tianxian frowned and could not help but frown deeply. That mysterious old man was the only hope that could resolve her problems. The well-dressed middle-aged man said thoughtfully, why do you keep mentioning that old man? Is there a reason? Nothing. Mo Tianxian shook her head and said, I appreciate the favor of returning the demonic artifact, and I will return the favor in the future. If there's nothing else, I'd like to meet an outer sanctum disciple while I'm out of seclusion. The well-dressed middle-aged man's eyes flashed, and he said, haha, is it that peerless expert who is proficient in Mu words? He took back all the shops that the Blessed and Heavenly Lands had lost for 10 years, and drove the Heavenly Knife region out of Chenya City in one night. He is indeed a talent. I'd like to meet him. Maybe he's interested in joining the Severed Fairy Cliff. Mo Tianxian stared at the well-dressed middle-aged man, feeling displeased. But because of his identity, she did not say anything. She ordered the guards outside, inform the outer sanctum disciple Su Yuxian that I will personally reward him. The guard at the door immediately said, reporting to the palace master, Su Yuxian has gone into seclusion. This subordinate will immediately wake him up from his seclusion. His in seclusion. Mo Tianxuan's interest waned. Moreover, the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes was beside her, so she gave up. Forget it. He's in seclusion to avoid any disturbances. Let's wait until he's out of seclusion. After saying that, he glanced at the middle-aged man. There's no reason to continue staying here, right? The middle-aged man in luxurious clothes chuckled. Haha, I'll take my leave then. However, let me remind you that going too far is as bad as not going far enough. The Heavenly Knife region has lost all their shops this time, and they've lost all their face. I'm afraid that they'll fly into a rage out of humiliation and take up arms again. You 18 blessed and heavenly lands must be on your guard. You don't have to worry about that. Mo Tianxian snorted coldly. Su Yu, who was deep in seclusion, had no idea how much danger he had avoided because of his seclusion. Once Mo Tianxian found out that he was the perverted old thief who had molested her and stolen her guillotine, the scene would be too beautiful. Su Yu had been in isolation for more than half a month, so it had been a month since he had returned from Chenya City. After a period of arduous cultivation, Su Yu devoted himself to the comprehension of the demon clan's words in the 5 elements mysteries arts. He was both satisfied and dissatisfied with the half-month of arduous cultivation. Half a month, coupled with the time acceleration, was equivalent to dozens of years. Su Yu had comprehended 20 demon clan's words. When he had comprehended them under the Enmu tree, he had the help of his powerful perception. Everything went smoothly, and he hadn't discovered the problem. But now, it had been exposed. The demon clan's words in the 5 elements mysteries arts got more and more difficult as he progressed. The concepts contained in the latter parts were several times more difficult than the ones before. Especially after he had comprehended 80 words, the difficulty of the next one was several times greater than the previous one. As a result, Su Yu had only comprehended this much after dozens of years, which was far slower than he had expected. I'm too optimistic. An emperor-based saint artifact with a holy spirit is much more difficult than I thought, Su Yu couldn't help but murmur. Swoosh. A small black-green water dragon flew out of the Five Elements divine prison and said proudly, Human, do you think the emperor-based saint artifact of my demon clan can be refined so easily? What he didn't mention was that none of the peerless geniuses of the demon clan had managed to refine 90 words in just 2 months like Su Yu. Even the first master had spent 500 years to refine only 10% of the words. However, the black-green water dragon didn't say anything about its shock. Su Yu glanced at it indifferently. He was instinctively on guard against this black-green water dragon. Before you comprehend 100 words, you don't have to show yourself and waste your soul power, Su Yu said. The black-green water dragon said, if I didn't come out to tell you, how would you know that the Five Elements divine prison can already exert its additional power? Wait, didn't you say it must be at least 100 demon clan words? Su Yu's eyes were cold. The black-green water dragon said, listen carefully, it's just the additional power, not the real power. The power to suppress all things in the world is the real power of the Five Elements divine prison. However, the additional power can already be activated when you have refined 90 words. What is it? Su Yu asked, holding the 5-colored exquisite tower in his palm. The black-green water dragon smiled. 5-pulse dominant wave. It has only one function, defense. You just need to mobilize the 5 elements that you have mastered to activate the 5 elements divine prison, and you can release a wave-like defense. Anyone below the 6th grade Almighty can't break it, and it can save your life in times of crisis. However, because you haven't mastered enough 5 elements, you can only use it once a month, and you can only protect one person at a time. If you break through 100 words, there will be no more restrictions on the number of times you can use it. It could withstand attacks from anyone below the 6th grade Almighty. Such a powerful defense was far superior to the Eternal Stone King armor. Of course, if the Eternal Stone King armor could be repaired, it would be a different story. Human lad, comprehend it with all your heart. The 5 Elements divine prison will give you more and more surprises. The black-green water dragon smiled mysteriously. After half a month of isolation, his gains were getting weaker, so it was time to come out. I can't stay in the faction for long after I come out of isolation. There are too many troubles, so I need to leave the faction as soon as possible and carry out missions to earn merit points. However, I'm still short of more than 3 million merit points. How can ordinary missions give me such a huge amount of merit points? Su Yu frowned deeply. 4 million merit points was much more difficult than he had imagined. There were still 4 months left, so how difficult would it be to gather them all? Fine, I'll ask Xian first. She's been paying attention to the Hall of Missions for the past half a month. I wonder if she noticed any important missions. As he thought of this, Su Yu came out of isolation and went straight back to the Demon Mountain. What he didn't expect was that a beautiful woman with an ice-cold body was already standing straight in the courtyard. Her snow-like eyes were cold, and her gaze seemed capable of freezing people. You've finally come out of isolation. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The beautiful woman didn't say anything else. She pulled out a cold long sword and waved it at Su Yu. The sword was swift and fierce, and it contained a profound sword intent. Although it was only a single sword strike, it felt like 100 sword lights were on his body, and he couldn't dodge them. Moreover, every single sword was filled with murderous intent, and its might was boundless. Chapter 904. Humph. I'm going to hack you, old perverted thief. Bing Wuxin struck with her sword, which turned into hundreds of sword shadows. She had reached the realm of mind manipulation in the path of swordsmanship. She was like a sword, and the sword was like her. Her power was so great that no one at the same level could rival her. Even a first-grade Almighty would find it difficult to defend against her sword. Su Yu was annoyed. Bing Wuxin was a good woman, but she was too demanding and did things her own way. With a thought, The fire essence jade in the depths of Su Yu's heart overflowed with flames. With Su Yu's current comprehension of the 5 elements, he could reach the realm of fusing any element into one. With a thought, he could reach the realm of being one with fire. He spread his fingers, and 5 streams of scorching heat shot out of them, forming a giant flame net. The hundreds of sword shadows were destroyed in the giant flame net. Bing Wuxin retracted her sword and held it in front of her. The powerful sword energy rushed out and tore the giant flame net apart. Mind manipulation. Bing Wuxin's pretty eyes shone with surprise. In any path, one could break through to a whole new realm after reaching a bottleneck. It was the same for the path of swordsmanship, path of fire, path of ice, path of water, and so on. When cultivated to perfection and comprehended to the extreme, one could break through the bottleneck and reach the realm of mind manipulation. At that time, the martial artist would fuse with the path, and his power would increase exponentially. She had cultivated the path of sword for more than 10 years, and only then did she reach the realm of mind manipulation. But when did Su Yu master the realm of mind manipulation? Su Yu said, "If you just want to compete with me, I'm not interested. If there's nothing else, you can leave. I've just come out of isolation, and I want to rest." "Of course I have something to tell you," Bing Wuxin said coldly. "Speak." Su Yu strode into the house and said without turning his head. Bing Wuxin said, "Return the acacia seed that's controlling Wuxia. You're a man, so don't you feel ashamed of using such despicable means to control a woman?" So it was because of this matter. In fact, he had planned to settle it before leaving the faction. He didn't expect Bing Wuxin to misunderstand him and ask for it. "Take it." Su Yu threw the 2 emerald seeds at her. He didn't want to pursue how Gongsun Wuxia had framed him. He had a vague feeling that Gongsun Wuxia had been much colder to him ever since Qianya City. "Is it because I robbed her of her 50th level privilege?" Su Yu was very puzzled by this. He wanted to explain it to Gongsun Wuxia, but the relationship between the two of them made it impossible for him to do so. Bing Wuxin was slightly taken aback. She was slightly surprised by Su Yu's frankness. According to Gongsun Wuxia, when she asked for it, Su Yu refused to give it to her and even wanted to take advantage of it to molest her. From the looks of it now, it didn't seem to fit the situation. "Wait, what's going on between the two of you?" Bing Wuxin tried to ask. Su Yu turned his head to look at her and thought to himself, "So what if I explain it to you? Isn't it just a sentence from someone else, and you're already pointing your sword at me?" "It's none of your business," Su Yu said softly. He then turned around and went back to his room, closed the door, and rested. He had been under a lot of pressure recently. The appearance of the 5 golden light guards made him feel like there was a dagger on his back, and he was not in the mood for other things. What he had said just now was unintentional, but in Bing Wuxin's eyes, it was cold. "Su Yu, what's with your attitude?" Bing Wuxin was infuriated. In the past, Su Yu's attitude was warm and gentle, so why was he so cold and indifferent now? She held the 2 green seeds in her hands and quickly walked into Gongsun Wuxia's house. Slap. She pressed the 2 seeds on the table with her palm and said, "I've brought them back for you. Can you tell me what happened between the 2 of you?" He felt that Su Yu's recent changes might have something to do with Gongsun Wuxia. Gongsun Wuxia's eyes lit up. She snatched the 2 seeds and heaved a long sigh of relief. "Answer my question," Bing Wuxin said as she stared at Gongsun Wuxia. Gongsun Wuxia blinked her eyelashes and looked Bing Wuxin up and down. She said, "Sister Wuxin, why are you concerned about him? Have you really fallen for him? This is bad. Many of the senior brothers in the inner sanctum are going to have their hearts broken." She was like a goddess in the inner sanctum, and there were countless people who wanted to get close to her. "You know I'm not interested in him. Answer my question." Bing Wuxin stared at her and said expressionlessly. Gongsun Wuxia curled her lips. "It's nothing. I just don't want to get close to such a person anymore." She still did not say what had happened between them. At that moment, Bing Wuxin seemed to have realized something. She squinted her eyes and asked, "Wuxia, did he confess to you? Did you reject him because of my presence? Is that why he's so depressed? If that's the case, you don't have to worry. I don't care about being his lover. If you really like him, you can be with him at any time. I won't take it to heart. Gongsun Wuxie's small mouth opened wide. She had never thought that Gongsun Wuxie would think of this. Him? How is that possible? Gongsun Wuxie jumped up instinctively. She was angry and embarrassed. How could I fall for a pervert like him? I, Gongsun Wuxie, can fall for anyone but him. Even if he's the only man left in the world, I won't fall for him. Seeing that she was so resolute, Bing Wuxin sighed. I hope you won't regret it. Fut. Gongsun Wuxie did not take it seriously. However, after such a scene, she could not help but recall the ruthless demonic man. A gentle and shy light flashed in the depths of her eyes. In the house, Su Yu was lost in thought. The 5 great golden light guards had already found him and confirmed that he was in the Red Blood Palace. Was this place safe enough? If it was the inner sanctum, with Mo Tianxian in charge, perhaps the 5 great golden light guards would be afraid and not dare to go deep into the inner sanctum. But this is the outer sanctum, which is very far from the inner sanctum. If he really barges in, no one can save him. Su Yu thought, feeling more and more anxious. During the half a month of isolation, this sense of urgency had continued to increase. The feeling of uneasiness had been lingering in his heart for a long time. If this hidden danger was not resolved, Su Yu knew that it would be difficult for him to calm down. The only thing I can do now is to leave the Red Blood Palace. Maybe I can avoid the Golden Light Guards for the time being. Su Yu pondered for a long time as he made up his mind. Although he had gone to great lengths to escape into the Red Blood Palace and build a foundation, if the Golden Light Guards found him and saw through his old state, he would not feel safe staying in the Red Blood Palace. It would be better to leave the faction and look for a safe place. However, how to leave the faction was a big problem. Su Yu's status was not the same as before. If there were no special circumstances, the faction would not let a top master like Su Yu, who was proficient in Mu words, leave at will. It seemed like the only way was to choose the way allowed by the faction. Carry out the mission. During the process of the mission, flee far away from the blessed and heavenly lands. Sitting in the house, Su Yu let out a long sigh. He had no other choice but to make such a decision. Although he had been here for less than a year, he had left behind many things that he could not bear to part with. Yuan Yingying, the Demon Mountain, Shangguan Yunqiu, and he even owed Shangguan Yunqiu a promise to protect the Shangguan family. Now that he had left, he would not be able to fulfill it. Creak. Zishuan pushed the door open and entered. She said, "A great mission has appeared." Many students got the news and rushed to the Hall of Missions. A mission had appeared, and it happened to be one that Su Yu needed. What mission? Su Yu asked. Zishuan said, "It's a mission that has been on the ghost list for 10 years, but has not been completed." Chapter 905. However, the mission was always in a state of execution, and the contents of the mission were only known to the executor. It was in a confidential state. Now that this mission had reappeared, it meant that the previous executor had failed and the mission had been reissued. Is there anything special about this mission? Su Yu asked. Zixuan nodded in response. I heard from them that the merit points reward is quite great, and it's the highest in the history of the Red Blood Palace's missions list. It's even higher than killing the 18 blessed and heavenly lands' most wanted criminal. Su Yu remembered that the Ghost Buddha, who was ranked 13th on the wanted list, was worth 300,000 merit points. So, the reward for the first wanted criminal would be at least 1,000,000 merit points. How many? Su Yu asked. I heard it's 3 million, Zishuan said. Su Yu's pupils contracted. 3 million merit points. How could there be such a huge reward? The person who announced it is the Inner Sanctum's elixir refining master, Master Ghost. Almost all of the mysterious elixirs consumed by the Divine Master Realm experts in the Red Blood Palace are made by him. Hence, the merit points he holds are enormous. Even the left and right palace masters are slightly inferior to him. Master Ghost can afford 3 million merit points. Master Ghost. Su Yu had some recollection of the famous elixir refining master in the inner sanctum of the Red Blood Palace. It seemed like Master Ghost had taken a fancy to Yuan Yingying and recruited her into the inner sanctum. His status was extremely important, and all the God Master experts in the sect had to give him some face. He did not expect that this 10-year mission would be issued by Master Ghost, and the merit reward was very high. After completing the mission, the glittering jewel wonderland would be within reach. Unfortunately, Su Yu had already decided to leave the faction and avoid the 5 golden light guards. The only use of this mission for Su Yu was to help him leave the faction openly. How long has the mission been issued? Has anyone accepted it? Su Yu asked. Zixuan shook her head. No. Because there are many disciples that want to take up the assignment, Master Ghost has decided not to easily entrust the assignment to others, so as to avoid being unable to complete it for a long time. Who wouldn't be anxious about a mission that hadn't been completed in 10 years? Oh. How should I accept it? Su Yu asked. Zixuan said, you can sign up and accept it. Master Ghost will personally select it. Are there any restrictions on the registration? Su Yu asked. The mission was so difficult, so there must be a threshold. No, if you feel that you have the ability, you can sign up, Zixuan said. Such a strange mission. Su Yu pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, then, I'll go and register for it. Ever since Vice Hall Master Qi had mysteriously disappeared, a new Vice Hall Master had been assigned to the Hall of Mission in front of the Ghost List. What surprised Su Yu was that he knew the trusted Deputy Clan Master. Pavilion Master, why are you? In front of the Ghost List, there was a lady in charge of registering people. She was charming and moving, her pair of jade-like arms reflected a glimmer of light, as she stood in front of the table, as if it was difficult for her to bear the weight on her chest. She had a charming and moving face that could make people fall head over heels for her. This person was the Pavilion Master in charge of the Flame Room. The alluring Cabinet Master raised her head subconsciously, and her pretty eyes were filled with resentment. You've been back for half a month, and you're only here to see me now? You heartless little fellow. As she spoke, she stood up lazily, walked over to Su Yu, and leaned into his embrace. Su Yu stroked his nose. He couldn't stand the alluring Cabinet Master, so he took a step back and said, Cabinet Master, congratulations on your promotion. Compared to the remote flame cultivation chamber, the Hall of Missions was undoubtedly more popular. Even though he was the Vice Hall Master, the benefits he could obtain from the flame cultivation chamber were not any less than what he could obtain from the flame cultivation chamber. Hehe, it's all thanks to you, little brother. You helped me sell elixirs and earn a lot of merit points. That's how I managed to bribe the higher-ups of the outside sanctum and fill the vacancy in time, the alluring Cabinet Master said with a smile. It seemed like she had gone through the back door and spent a lot of merit points in exchange for this promotion. Cabinet Master, I'm here to ask about the missions, Su Yu said. The alluring Cabinet Master blinked her pretty eyes. Well, what kind of missions do you want? I'm in charge of the Ghost List, and they're all top-notch missions. Little brother, whatever good missions you want, I can inform you in advance. But, the price. Hee. Even he wanted to peel off a layer of skin from this woman. However, Su Yu knew that she was just teasing him. If she really gave it to him, he might not want it. I want to know if you can register for the missions issued by Master Ghost here, Su Yu said bluntly. Upon hearing that, the alluring Cabinet Master's smile faded, and her eyes narrowed slightly. You're here to ask about this mission? Seeing Su Yu nod with certainty, the alluring Cabinet Master's face changed, and her expression slowly turned cold. Do you want to die so soon? Her tone was stern, but it was filled with love. Cabinet Master, please enlighten me. I just found out about this mission, Su Yu said. The alluring Cabinet Master suddenly understood. It seemed like Su Yu still didn't understand the dangers of this mission. She said, you don't know, yet you still dare to mess around. You can forget about this mission, as it's not suitable for you. Even in the inner sanctum, only the top 30 elite disciples are qualified to accept it. The threshold is so high. Su Yu was curious. Cabinet Master, may I ask, what kind of mission is it that requires such strong disciples and rewards such a huge amount of merit points? I don't know the specific details. Only Master Ghost himself knows, the alluring Cabinet Master said. Su Yu frowned. Didn't any of the disciples who carried out the mission in the past 10 years secretly leak it out? Even if there was a little bit of information, it would have leaked out by now, wouldn't it? It's not that those disciples didn't want to say it, but they didn't have the chance to, because none of the disciples who carried out the mission came back alive. Just a month ago, the original life cards of 3 Inner Sanctum disciples who carried out the mission shattered at the same time, and the mission failed, the alluring cabinet master said. May I ask what the cultivation of the disciples who accepted the mission was like? Su Yu was aware of the danger. The alluring cabinet master said solemnly, the lowest was a 3rd grade Almighty, and the highest was the closest 3 Inner Sanctum disciples. 2 of them were 4th grade Almighty, and 1 of them was a 5th grade Almighty. Upon hearing that, Su Yu was secretly shocked. The combination of a 5th grade Almighty and 2 4th grade Almighty had been completely annihilated. What was the purpose of this mission? Didn't the faction search for the missing disciples? Su Yu asked. The alluring cabinet master's expression became even more grave, and there was even a hint of fear in her eyes. They did, but all that was found was a bag of skin, without exception. The internal organs, bones, and brains inside were all gone. Upon hearing that, Su Yu felt a chill run down his spine. What a familiar state of death. Do you still want to sign up now? I've heard that you destroyed Laro Ari's cultivation with a single strike, but this mission isn't about fighting Laro Ari, but about countless Inner Sanctum disciples dying. The alluring cabinet master said earnestly, after that incident, the Inner Sanctum disciples have been very cautious about this mission. Until now, only a few have signed up. If you go, it'll be no different from courting death. Su Yu didn't speak. After a moment, he said, where do I sign up? I want to participate. With so many tricks up his sleeve, even if Su Yu couldn't defeat her, he still had some confidence in protecting himself. Chapter 906. Why don't you know what's good for you? The alluring cabinet master was furious. Su Yu smiled. Cabinet master, I will remember your kindness. I must go this time, so please tell me. For some reason, the alluring cabinet master sensed something else, as if Su Yu was going to leave. Seeing that Su Yu was determined, the alluring cabinet master could only give up trying to persuade him. Fine, the mission may not fall on you, so it's better for you to give up. As she spoke, she took out a jade pendant and muttered a few words into it. It was Su Yu's name. Then, she molded it. I've already sent a message to Master Ghost. Tomorrow, Master Ghost students will come to take you there, the alluring cabinet master said. Besides you, the other students of the outside sanctum who have signed up are Gongsun Wuxie and Bing Wuxin. You can go together tomorrow. Both of them have signed up. Su Yu frowned. Thank you, cabinet master. Su Yu bowed. After thinking for a moment, he gave her 10 bottles of heart-refining mortal dust liquid before leaving. Cabinet master, please accept them. Consider them my thanks for taking care of me for a long time. In the outside sanctum, the alluring cabinet master had taken care of him a lot. She had even recommended Su Yu to join the Right Palace Master's camp. Although the heart-refining mortal dust liquid was useless to her training, it could be sold in the faction's black market for a lot of crystals. The alluring cabinet master felt strange. The feeling that Su Yu was about to leave was getting stronger. Su Yu, do you want to leave the faction? Her eyes were filled with wisdom. Cabinet master, you think too much, Su Yu said calmly. The alluring cabinet master's eyes shone brightly as she nodded slightly. That's good. You might not be able to find a better place to stay if you leave the Red Blood Palace. Then, she looked at the 10 bottles of heart-refining mortal dust liquid in her hand with a smile. Crystals almost popped out of her eyes. You have a conscience. You even brought back a few bottles of heart-refining mortal dust liquid for me. Apart from you, I suppose no one can easily take it out, right? Nowadays, the heart-refining mortal dust liquid was in short supply in Tianya City. It had appeared twice in the world, and it had been sold out in a short time. The Red Blood Palace, which was hundreds of millions of miles away, might not be able to get it even if they went there themselves. This was why 10 portions of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid were so precious to the Red Blood Palace. If you sell these to those rich inner disciples, You won't have to worry about not being able to sell them for 20,000 crystal stones a bottle. This is 200,000 crystal stones. The alluring cabinet master was overjoyed. Even if I convert it into merit points, I can get 50,000 merit point. Su Yu shook his head in amusement. In his memory, the alluring cabinet mistress was an intelligent woman who loved wealth. Perhaps the heart-refining mortal dust liquid that he had given out was just right for him. Hee, goodbye. Su Yu waved his hand at her and left without turning his head back. On the same day, a commotion arose in the Red Blood Palace's outer sanctum's black market. The heart-refining mortal dust liquid, which had given rise to much discussion in the 18 blessed and heavenly lands, had appeared in the Red Blood Palace's outer sanctum's black market. This matter caused an uproar in the inner sect. Many disciples who were about to break through to the Godlord level or had already broken through to the Godlord level came to fight over it. Even if they didn't use it themselves, giving it to someone who needed it was still a great favor. All 10 bottles of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid were sold at a high price of 20,000 each. What was strange was that the owner of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid only wanted crystals, even though everyone in the Red Blood Palace valued merit. The seller was undoubtedly the alluring cabinet master. At the Demon Mountain, Gongsun Wuxie and Bing Wuxin had somehow found out that Su Yu had also signed up for Master Ghost's mission, and they had come together. Su Yuxian, give up on this mission. Bing Wuxin stood in the yard, separated by a door and a window. Su Yu was sitting with his legs crossed in the room. When he heard her, he frowned slightly. How could the two of them have such a wide information network? The alluring cabinet master wouldn't sell his information, so it was most likely from Master Ghost. Both of them had a wide and deep network. Is there a problem? Su Yu didn't budge an inch. He had no intention of opening the door to meet her. Bing Wuxin said, I'm just telling you not to waste your energy. The mission is mine, and you'll be wasting your time even if you go. Su Yu asked, how many merit points do you need? He needed 4 million merit points to complete the mission of the Glittering Jewel Wonderland, and he wondered how much Bing Wuxin needed. 1 million is more than enough to complete this mission, Bing Wuxin said. Su Yu raised his brows and said coldly, you don't want me to fight for merit points with you, so you want me to give up? Bing Wuxin said coldly, I just don't want you to die in vain. There wasn't a hint of kindness in her tone. I appreciate your kindness. If there's nothing else, I'm going to meditate, Su Yu said indifferently. Su Yu didn't have a bad impression of this rude and unreasonable woman, but he didn't have a good impression of her either. Bing Wuxin's lips twitched a few times. She stomped her feet and turned to walk away with a sullen face. Let's go. Back in Gongsun Wuxie's room, she crossed her arms in front of her chest. I told you not to be nice to such a person. He won't appreciate it. You kindly advised him not to die, but he wouldn't listen. Anyway, the mission is in Sister Wuxin's pocket, and no one can compete with you. Bang! Bing Wuxin slammed her fist on the table, anger rising in her eyes. This guy, I was kind enough to comfort him, and he's got such an attitude. As she spoke, Bing Wuxin looked at Gongsun Wuxie once again. She had always felt that the reason Su Yu hadn't come out since he came back, hadn't spoken much, and had a cold and detached attitude was because Gongsun Wuxie had rejected his friendship. Today, she had brought Gongsun Wuxie to Su Yu's room because she wanted to have a frank discussion with Su Yu about the mission, hoping to untie the knot in Su Yu's heart. However, he didn't even let her through the door, and his attitude was still so cold. This really infuriated Bing Wuxin. Sister Wuxin, you don't need to be angry at such a person. Gongsun Wuxie stuck out her tongue, then said fearfully, let's go to the black market to take a look. I heard that someone is selling merit points for 200,000 or 300,000. Sister Wuxin, you mustn't miss this opportunity. Bing Wuxin's eyes lit up. She was in need of many merit points, and someone selling such a large amount of merit points was a rare opportunity. Fine, let's not care about him. Let's go. Bing Wuxin took Gongsun Wuxie with her and went straight to the black market. In Su Yu's courtyard, they had just left when Shangguan Yunqiu came to visit him. Brother Su, I heard that you came out of your secluded cultivation. Gongsun Wuxie wore a smile on her face. Suyu opened his eyes and stood up. He pushed the door open and said, Yun-kyu, come in. I was going to look for you. Ah, Brother Su, you were looking for me? Did you have something good for me? Shangwon Yun-kyu rubbed his hands together and asked with a smile. Suyu nodded, then took out a spatial ring from his sleeves and threw it at him. These are for you. I hope that they'll be of help to you. Shangwon Yun-kyu caught it subconsciously and examined its contents. He then asked in confusion, Brother Su, what are the purple elixir liquids inside? The Shangwon family was a big family, so they didn't lack elixirs. Suyu understood this, and this was why Shangwon Yun-kyu was curious as to why Suyu would give him such things. The heart-refining mortal dust liquid can strengthen your soul power, so it'll be easier for you to break through the almighty bottleneck, Suyu said. Shangwon Yun-kyu was taken aback before he finished listening. He then cried out involuntarily, What? This is the heart-refining mortal dust liquid that everyone in the city knows about. This liquid's reputation was too great, and as long as the news wasn't too isolated, everyone in the 18 blessed and heavenly lands knew about it. The Shangwon family had even sent people to Tianya City, hoping to buy a few of them so that they could use them in the future. However, after waiting for more than half a month, they returned empty-handed. It wasn't because they didn't have enough crystals, but because there were too many people there. Moreover, there were too many experts there, so the Shangwon family wouldn't even get a chance to buy one. Even if they managed to buy it, bringing it back safely to the faraway Shangwon family would still be a problem. There were 50 bottles of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid in the ring on his palm, which was equivalent to hundreds of thousands of crystals. Judging from the crystals that were sold in the black market today, they could be sold for at least 1 million crystals, which was the Shangwon family's annual income. Brother Su, this gift is too precious, so I can't accept it. Shangwon Yunk's expression became solemn as he pushed it back. Suyu said, just keep it. It's a token of my appreciation. After Shangwon Yun-kyu declined it several times, he clenched his teeth and said, Fine, I won't let you suffer any losses. 1 million crystals. Suyu's expression became cold. Fine, but if you really want to buy it with money, don't call me Brother Su anymore. Also, buy it for 10 million crystals. Upon hearing this, Shangwon Yun-kyu accepted it embarrassedly. I owe Brother Su another big favor. Suyu shook his head with a smile. It's hard to say who owes whom a favor. The 5 Elements Divine Prison and the 5 Elements Mysteries Art were far more valuable than 50 bottles of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid. Suyu didn't plan to sever their friendship with this, but he wanted to make it up to the Shangwon family before he left. Yun-kyu, did you come to me for something? Suyu asked. Delight appeared on Shangwon Yunk's face. Haha, I came to deliver good news to you. Where did the good news come from? Suyu blinked his eyes. Recently, he had been plagued by troubles, and nothing had gone smoothly. Shangwon Yun-kyu was beaming with joy. My sister asked me to deliver a message. Ching'e said that the Inner Sanctum's elder Jing wants to take you as a disciple. She's in isolation, so it's not convenient for her to come in person. But, when she found out that my sister knows you, she asked her to deliver a message to you. It wasn't that it was inconvenient for elder Jing to come, but that she was afraid that she would be embarrassed if Suyu rejected her in person. In fact, with Suyu's current reputation as the #1 disciple of the Outer Sanctum, there were many Inner Sanctum elders who were willing to take him as a disciple. It was because he had repeatedly rejected the left Palace Master and the right Palace Master that most of the elders had stopped in their tracks to avoid being rejected. Elder Jing should be one of the elders who had more confidence in herself than most of the other elders. Suyu rejected her without much thought. Firstly, he had already decided to leave the faction, so it would be unnecessary for him to take her as his disciple. Secondly, he couldn't see any sincerity in asking someone to take him as a disciple. Even if he became his disciple, if Suyu was in trouble in the future, the other party might not help him. Chapter 907. Suyu smiled. Brother Su, I appreciate your kindness, but I have my own considerations. Please help me reply to Elder Jing. I'm afraid that I'm too stupid to break through the almighty bottleneck and ruin her family's reputation. Hence, I rejected her. His words were very tactful and appropriate. Shangguan Yunk's mouth opened wide. He couldn't understand Su Yu's thoughts. How could such a person exist? He had rejected both the left and right palace masters, and now he was rejecting Elder Jing's offer. This was something that many of the Red Blood Palace's students couldn't even dream of, yet he had rejected it with just a few words. After a long time of persuasion, Su Yu finally made up his mind. Shangguan Yunqiu sighed and took his leave, then sent a message to his sister. The next morning, a weak, timid, yet excited voice sounded at the door of Su Yu's house. "Senior brother Su." Su Yu opened his eyes, a hint of joy on his face. As he pushed the door open, a pretty girl with a round face was standing at the door of Su Yu's house shyly. Her snowy eyes were blinking nervously. "Yingying." Su Yu was surprised. The girl standing at the door was none other than Yuan Yingying, whom he hadn't seen since the recruitment exam of the Red Blood Palace. She and Sichu Yang had been recruited in advance because of their talents. Since then, he hadn't seen them again. "Uncle Su." "Oh, you should call me senior brother Su." Yuan Yingying blinked mischievously, her cheeks still red. Back then, Su Yu had taken advantage of Yuan Yingying's seniority by pretending to be her grandfather. "Haha, come in and have a seat." Su Yu invited her in and started reminiscing. Su Yu was shocked to learn that Yuan Yingying had come to take them to see Master Ghost. "Yingying, have you become Master Ghost's disciple?" Su Yu was shocked. He had thought that Yuan Yingying had been recruited by some alchemist from the elixir refining hall of the outside sanctum, but it turned out that she had been recruited by Master Ghost. As Master Ghost's disciple, her status was so high that even the almighty students of the inner sanctum wouldn't dare to bully her. Otherwise, if Master Ghost got angry, no one would have a good ending. "You're quite lucky. I'm relieved. You're alone in the faction, so no one will bully you." Su Yu felt relieved and asked curiously, "Yingying, how is your elixir refining level now?" Yuan Yingying lowered her head. She was both happy to have reunited with Su Yu, yet she was also shy. "Master said that if I work hard for another year, I will be able to successfully make a 4th grade spirit elixir." Su Yu nodded with a faint smile. He was making rapid progress, and once he could refine 4th grade spirit elixirs, he would become one of the few high-grade alchemists in the 18 blessed and heavenly lands. "I believe the Yuan family's master will be proud of you," Su Yu said with a smile. "Since Master Ghost is waiting, let's talk as we walk." Yuan Yingying nodded, then shook her head and said, "Wait, there are 2 more people from the Demon Mountain who need to be summoned as well." "Was it them?" Su Yu nodded calmly. "I will go with you." Bing Wuxin, who was practicing her swordsmanship in the courtyard, looked coldly at Su Yu and Yuan Yingying, who were chatting and laughing with each other. She then sneered coldly and said, "I assumed that you would be sad for a long time, but now that you have a new lover, you are so happy." Yuan Yingying felt quite uncomfortable, and she looked at Su Yu and asked, "What did she just say?" "Senior brother Su, do you have a lover in the outer sanctum?" Su Yu looked at Bing Wuxin calmly and shook his head. He was too lazy to argue with her. "I believe in you, senior brother Su." Seeing Su Yu shake his head, Yuan Yingying believed him from the bottom of her heart, and her face lit up again. "Greetings, senior sister Bing. I am here on my master's orders to bring you to meet her." Bing Wuxin tapped her chin, then shot a cold glance at Su Yu. "Call Gongsun Wuxie, and let's go together." Before long, Gongsun Wuxie, who had just crawled out of her bed, was dragged out by Bing Wuxin and brought to the inner sanctum. At the same time, Shangguan Qing'er had also arrived at Elder Jing's mansion. Elder Jing was over 50 years old, and she had taken good care of herself. Her skin was glossy and smooth, but the rouge on her face was a little thick. 2 beautiful disciples followed behind her, and they were very respectful of her. When she was reading, they were very quiet, not daring to make the slightest movement. The house was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping on the ground could be heard. At that moment, Shangguan Qing'er came in. She was also very quiet, not daring to disturb Elder Jing's reading. Everyone in the inner sanctum knew that among the many elders, Elder Jing was the most difficult to please. She was overbearing and had a bad temper. Regardless of whether the person was her disciple or not, she would reprimand anyone who displeased her. "He's here. What did he say?" Elder Jing seemed to have sensed something, so she put down her book and asked from afar. Her attitude didn't seem like she was entrusting Shangguan Qing'er to do something, but rather, it was a matter of course. Shangguan Qing'er groaned inwardly, but she looked calm on the surface. She said, Su Yuxian said that he's indebted to you, and is worried that he won't be qualified to be your disciple. Hence, he's very sorry. Upon hearing that, Elder Jing was displeased. Didn't you state how powerful he is? I'm not an ordinary elder of the inner sanctum, Shangguan Qing'er said. My brother is Su Yuxian's best friend, so he naturally understands Elder Jing's status. He has already stated the stakes. Elder Jing didn't feel relieved, and she became even more displeased. So, he's looking down on me? Humph, he's just a little disciple of the outer sanctum, and he thinks highly of himself just because he made some contributions in Tianya City. Upon hearing Elder Jing's vulgar words, Shangguan Qing'er didn't dare to retort. She could only sigh silently. Send an order, ask Su Yuxian to come and see me. I want to ask him face to face. Elder Jing said angrily. She didn't have a superior relationship with Su Yu, but she still sent an order for Su Yu to come over. She was clearly overbearing. Right at that moment, the two disciples behind her looked at each other, then braced themselves and said, Master, please calm down. Master Ghost has invited you to come with him to teach the executor a few sets of defensive spells. I'm afraid there isn't enough time. Upon hearing that, Elder Jing was displeased, and she turned to glare at them. I don't need you to remind me. You wait here for Su Yuxian. Before I come back, he's not allowed to leave. Along the way, Yuan Yingying chatted with Su Yu, telling him about her experiences under Master Ghost. Master Ghost cherished her talents very much, so she didn't suffer much, and her life was peaceful and orderly. Su Yu's story was a little more risky, and Yuan Yingying pretended to be surprised from time to time. They acted as if no one else was around, leaving Gongsun Wuxie and Bing Wuxin far behind. Humph. Sister Wuxin, look at him. He's showing off every time he meets a girl. Gongsun Wuxie said indignantly. She didn't like Su Yu no matter how she looked at him now. Bing Wuxin didn't like it either, and she wondered if Su Yuxian was really someone who liked the new and hated the old. Let him be, Bing Wuxin said expressionlessly. Before long, they arrived at Master Ghost's mansion. In the middle of the mansion stood a giant elixir furnace that was 1,000 feet tall. As they approached the mansion, a wave of heat rolled over and hit their skin. It was scorching hot. Gongsun Wuxie and Bing Wuxin unconsciously released their vital energy to protect their bodies. Yuan Yingying couldn't help but condense her vital energy as well. Su Yu was the only one who didn't seem to be affected. It was as if his skin hadn't been burned at all. In front of the elixir furnace was a stone house built with fiery red boulders. It was simple and crude, and it was hard to imagine that this was the house of the #1 elixir refiner of the Red Blood Palace. The temperature here was even higher, and the vital energy was sizzling from the heat. Hey, Brother Su, how come you're fine? Yuan Yingying's tone of voice had returned to being affectionate. Subconsciously, she realized that Su Yu hadn't even activated his defensive vital energy. This scene caught Bing Wuxin and Gongsun Wuxie's attention, and they were secretly amazed. Even through the vital energy, they could feel the fierceness of the flames, but Su Yu was unscathed. I know a little about the profound meaning of fire, Su Yu said with a smile. Gongsun Wuxie was furious. She thought that he must have gained something from the desolate evil jungle. When she recalled that she and the others had been imprisoned, while Su Yu had gained something from the outside, she felt even more indignant. Humph. It's very profound, isn't it? Gongsun Wuxie said indignantly. Bing Wuxin didn't find it strange, and she said, the profound meaning of fire. Once you reach the state of mind control, you can mobilize the fire elements at will. The rumors are true. Looking over, they could see that the fire elements around Su Yu were floating an inch away from his body. The group stepped into the spacious stone house, which was already filled with people. 3 middle-stage almighty of different ages were sitting at the head of the table, chatting with each other. The other 3 middle-stage almighty youths were standing next to them. Master, I have brought them here. Yuan Yingying entered the house and bowed to the red-faced old man. The red-faced old man nodded, then looked at Su Yu and the other two with a faint smile. His gaze fell on Bing Wuxin as he said, "Since you are all here, let's discuss who will receive the mission." Su Yu couldn't help but look at the three almighty divine masters, who were standing next to him. The lowest among them was a level 5 divine master, while the highest was a level 6 divine master. Such disciples were surely the elites among the elites in the sanctum. It seemed like even though this mission was risky, it was still a great temptation to the inner sanctum disciples, who hadn't accumulated 4 million merit points. There is only one mission, and according to the sanctum's rules, only one person can accept it. However, there is a condition attached to the mission, which is that 2 people are allowed to help you temporarily. After the mission is completed, the merit points will be handed over to the person who accepted the mission, while the amount of merit points that the person who took the mission can get is decided by the person who accepted the mission, the red-faced old man said. Su Yu and the others started pondering this matter. In other words, regardless of how the mission was completed, the person who accepted it would get the 3 million merit points. In that case, it would be more meaningful for the person to accept the mission. Haha, ghost old man, I think you'd better tell us about the mission first, then let them decide, a long-bearded old man on the red-faced old man's left said. The red-faced old man was Master Ghost. He nodded and said, "All right, you must keep the mission's details a secret. This mission requires you to kill a person who is ranked 7th on the 18 Blessed and Heavenly Lands 10 Great Wanted list." Master Ghost said, his words filled with hatred and murderous intent. Upon hearing that, the eyes of Su Yu and the others shone brightly. The 7th wanted criminal. Could he be one of the 18 Blessed and Heavenly Lands 3 great wandering martial artists, the demonic cultivator, Mo Yang? Su Yu was no stranger to Mo Yang's name. Back in the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion, he had come into contact with Mo Yang's disciple, Heiyue Langjun. Mo Yang's cultivation had reached the almighty level a long time ago, and he was a level 3 almighty. In a great faction like the Red Blood Palace, he seemed average, but among the wandering martial artists, he was like a crane in a flock of chickens, and he was known as one of the 3 great wandering martial artists.